Okay, hello. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Oh, and yeah, Sora, congrats on the thing that you mentioned. That's huge. Very proud of you. Good work. Um, yeah, Priz, I'd be mad at you if I could read, but I can't read. I don't know how to do that. That's not something I'm capable of. Um, so Act 3, gearing up, getting level 12. Get a little bit of a Mirror of Loss. Um, I probably fight some bosses today. Helm of Balduran, I don't know how I feel about, because it is going to increase my AC, but at healing, stun immunity, stun immunity is not a huge deal. Um, Bonus to saving throws is nice though. You know, I might fight Answer for the haha funny of it. Um, we'll see. Very wide people happy about it. Good. It's important to be proud of yourself for such a big deal.
Let's take a gander.
Yeah, that my honor run ended by Orin yesterday. Entirely forgot Invis would break combat. Oh no.
Excellent.
That could cause some problems. The amulet from Jahira's house. It was a level 3 aid, if I'm remembering correctly. So, an extra HP. I should really just set up to get the Amulet of Greater Health. Let's sell some more stuff to Blurred first. Winnie Hat. Ring of Geniality. Yeah, Ravenguard's Longsword would help fill out this this vendor gear, but that's okay. We probably hit Sorcerer's Sundries today. Obviously, Gale's personal storyline wants me to go there.
Research on the surface stops.
To think that I'm both.
Your
The party run last played solo around when we co-op, so I just blanked on it.
Naturally, the Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
Yeah, accidental combat breaks are one of the reasons I kind of don't really use Deathstalker's Mantle much anymore, even on runs where I have it. Because, like, I'm not always playing rat strats. If I'm not playing rat strats, then it can be disadvantageous if combat ends in a position where, like, let's say I have a speed potion ticking or something. Yeah, Sorcerer Sundries for money makes sense.
To think that
Oh yeah, I don't have any fire shields available for the day anymore. I should purchase some from Roland. So interestingly, Roland, Leroican's projection, and Roland's projection are all considered different entities by the game. It's kind of useful information for a no long rest run.
By all means.
You! What are you doing here? But never mind that. What can I do for you? Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with.
Roland still has this backpack that I gave him. So if you get Roland's attitude up in Act 1, for example, it pays off here if he's still alive. You can also get it up in Act 2. One in a 4 initiative, I was dead before my next turn. Naturally, Orin had full HP from combat break. Oof. But, party play, so it worked out in the end. Still though, oof. How many ice storms roll? I'd really like if you had ice storm. Hmm. 12 stack of dimension door is certainly interesting though.
Hope you...
I suppose.
Impero Mortus!
Literature department. Can I help you? Whoosh. These book wouldn't trade it for the world. So I would. Scrolls, parchments, codices, tomes. Take a look and see what calls you.
I will buy ice. Container to give her a moment. I want this disintegrate. I've been using the Curious Book to store my inspo books for later, but there's actually some notable items you can enjoy. The Butler disowned for the first time. It existed, haven't seen it firsthand. Some real interesting dialogue there. Yeah, you're basically locked into
I'm your mother.
the bad endings in that route.
I think it's very funny.
Extra copy of Gold Wormling Staff, Winter's Clutches, Gold Grim Hat, which are available elsewhere in Act 1 and 2. Flameblade Scroll, which can't be scribed, but does work. Elixir of Cold Resistance, which I don't know of any others in the game. Guaranteed Fireball and Lightning Bolt Scrolls, useful for low-level runs.
In a little.
Sweep there. Scroll of Blur there. This potion there, which isn't considered stealing. I'm not gonna risk that. Speed pot over here. I want to intimidate Leroican now, I think. Where's my shapeshifter's boon? There it is.
You! What? But never mind that. What can I do for you? There's even a pamphlet. Take one. But
Would you now?
If you let
So I'm gonna grab Marco Heschker. I should really wait to do this until I'm willing to pop on Ethel's Charm. But like, I have Arcana proficiency. Pop Survival Instinct.
I see no night song.
Oh, there's a Gale
Surely
dialogue
you
here.
wouldn't have entered my tower without the... The night song.
Not gonna click it, but
Where is it?
get out of my face. Bolstering magic on that too. Not gonna. Well, I can bolstering magic on getting Marco Heschker. That's pretty nice. Ooh, I forgot See Invis. Guess I don't go to the vault yet then. No, wait, I need See Invis right now.
how can I help you? Ah, I suppose that at least I can help with.
Excuse me. Detect thoughts, but no See Invis.
Oh,
Ugh.
perhaps not.
Literature department. Can I help you?
I need a use of See Invis, and I'm kind of at a loss for how I get one. I guess I prepare the spell. I forgot that I scribed it, so yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I forgot. That's the exact reason I did that. And tanky real quick. Actually, would it be this? No. Absolute's Protector. It's 1 damage reduction versus spells.
Aye. Better be careful not to trigger that thing. Immediately.
Strictly speaking, I don't need see invis. It's just I haven't memorized cardinal directions of which of these is where I want to go.
Color me curious. Yes.
New potion scroll. I do not have a potion. I don't really keep those around. I guess I always forget it's an elixir. But no, I don't know a scroll. I just cast the spell. That's how I have it. Telling me your inventory management is that on the ball, something like that. Hey Pac-Man, how are you? I lost, hope you're well. Always makes me too nervous. I think I could put on here to improve my chances, right? Yeah. Okay. Guidance. Survival instinct. Well, I still have bolstering magic. This one too.
Most excellent. My. What's that?
Yeah, you could just take that key through the side of the display case. It's funny. Bolstering magic could do double spell slot refill. It does not. Or at least the first level one doesn't. I won't be able to try second level until I get another warlock level, because for some reason it's going off that. It's being all weird. Already have advantage on perception from cool. The YouTube channel. I have a main channel that I never use for anything, and I have a second channel that's just unedited VODs of all of my streams.
Unseen and unsightly. It shall be done. That way.
Prep knock. Metal elixirs and maybe scrolls at Lady Janet's place. I should remember to hit Lady Janet's place this run. Yeah, good call, Batchet Man. You can take keys through the side of display cases, but not books. What I'm learning here. actually. What am I doing? I don't need Spell Sparkler anymore. So, there's actually some competition for what I would want Marco to do here. Obviously, Bolts of Doom for getting lightning charges and all my retaliation effects is cool, and I get a use of Chain Lightning, which is also nice. Flame of Wrath would help my Hellish Rebuke, though. By a lot. An extra 4 damage flat, without accounting for the heat. I don't think Frost of Dark Winter applies to Armor of Agathis, but I'm pretty sure it applies to Fire Shield and Chill. And Flame of Wrath would apply to Hellish Rebuke and Fire Shield. Kind of like Sizzling Cataclysm as always. Noxious Fumes could be some good AoE. And giving me a use of Hunger of Hadar is interesting. We'll go Bolts of Doom for now. Because I don't know what I want right now. And we probably long rest before any hugely important combat.
Excellent source of arcana. Its magic should come in quite handy. As you wish. Oh, yes.
I don't want a buggy scratch for this. Leave Shovel up. Okay. Gives you money if you're smart enough to send in a summon. I switch places with Shovel to get the loot. I'd use a Mage Hand, but the Mage Hand has duration, so I could get awkward. Mr. David Bullock, how you doing?
What have we here?
Should really keep track of what items are here for future runs. Something that I'm really strongly considering for a run that I want to science. I want to do a level 1 Warlock.
Path less traveled.
And I'm gonna need to get way more familiar with fixed item locations for that. Our Robe of the Weave. We'll sell that. I'll use Jahira to hold some vendor trash. Ritual Dagger of Shara is cool. The +1 dagger with D4 necrotic. Guess I should test to see if there's a way to get that
To new
early
horizons.
without locking yourself out of getting those buffs. I'm gonna change my name to Dr. Respect, but every iteration of his name is not available. That's actually pretty funny. What does Dr. Respect do? Have appropriate conversations with people in his own age bracket?
Yes, why not? Yes, of course.
Their worst nightmare.
Two-time back-to-back champion of talking with adults. Hey, trade.
Nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here. This
Still gonna go in here because I need the Hellfire Great Axe. Hey everybody. Hey Nazator, thank you so much for the raid. Masterfully done Merkle, by the way. That was very satisfying to watch. If you guys aren't already, follow Nazator. Currently doing a is the run still alive? I should probably ask that first. But last I checked, was doing a pure melee fighter, so no ranged stuff at all. Showcasing some very useful tech such as the mobile feat. Act 3, let's go. Reddit lied, heat metal doesn't help against Grim, but it's on the internet. It has to. Did you check again? Maybe you're the one that's wrong. It's on Reddit, say. Emperor didn't rip Act 3, let's go. Emperor being the final boss is, yeah, it's never not frustrating. But yeah, the mobile feat makes so much sense for that run, and it's an underappreciated feat. So I'm glad to see your run making good use of it.
named after wizards.
I definitely think more highly of it
Elminster,
after watching you use it,
Silverhand,
and I already thought it was okay. Want to kill one monk real
Secrets of
fast,
Netherrealm
wouldn't fly.
might lie behind his door, I wonder.
Can't go to bed, honey. Someone on the internet is wrong. Surely everything else will be easy from now on. You've got solutions for problems. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh yeah, Mark, do you still hate me for that joke? it occurred to me as I was typing it out, that that qualifies as a dated reference now. In danger, how are you? It was Monday. Listen. She never finished the series. There should have been one for every day of the week. I don't know that drama. I made a, while Mark was on his starting soon stream for his last stream, I made a reference to a song, in relation to days of the week. I destroyed the Necromancy of Thay, so this is just vendor trash. Fun. Listen, maybe I'm just really looking forward to the weekend. Why do I still know the lyrics? I read this, right? I'll have to make room again in a minute, but that's fine. It's progress. Why'd you remind me? That's not this roll. So yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen any of this run, this is a... I'm playing as Gale. I'm just shapeshifted right now. This is a I make people hit me until they die build. I'm thinking on ways to lower my AC even more. So currently I have 8 decks specifically for the negative modifier. Complete Jack of all trades. We did. It went very well. Jack of all trades ended up being one of my stronger characters. If I get the dinosaur to spit on me in the circus, that's -5 for long rests. And I could get my dexterity cursed at the Mirror of Loss for another -2. And I could stand in an acid surface as well, I suppose. So, yeah, I could have 3 AC. I don't think that's necessary, though. Like, their enemy proficiency bonus should be high enough at this point where they'll hit me as long as they... If I give them advantage, they'll hit me as long as they don't, like, double roll a 4 or something. Really should. It could be even less if I didn't wear this shield. I'm getting 2 from this. I could have 1 AC. They'd still miss me on a 1 though, so there's no merit in ever having 1 AC. I mean, I guess if they roll a 2 and have a penalty, I guess. First playthroughs you attempting next. The run that I'm seriously considering doing a few streams, practicing and theorizing, is I want to do a level 1 Warlock. I don't know if my enthusiasm for level 1 Warlock will stay through testing, but I kind of want to find out.
Our secrets are within our grasp at last. All we have to do is turn the page.
Malko, we're going back to the trenches. See, level 1 has been done as Cleric and as Wizard. In both cases, no Baromancy. And it's very, very achievable. It's just having the right strategy for every fight and not getting too greedy. With Warlock, I'm unsure how it'll hold up long term, because Cleric has um a very good spell list for that kind of run. And then Wizard has very good ritual spells, but then also the scribing options and the Gale option. Gale is far and away the most powerful character origin for level 1. It's not close. But I'm thinking Warlock, maybe Dark Urge, maybe. Could be pretty okay. Yeah, Gale, Dirge, others. Yeah. Cleric close thanks to Sanctuary. Also, Cleric subclass options giving you so much. Like, you're a caster, a full caster that gets heavy armor proficiency and shields and all that if you pick the appropriate domain for it. And we play Will level 1 die at the gate, proper lore friendly run. I like it. So like Warlock tech that you see people lean into, such as Eldritch Blasting, it'll still be good on the level 1 run, but keep in mind I will never have the extra beams for the Eldritch Blast if I decide to go that way. So doing a cantrip blasting Warlock, I'd be more likely to lean into Ray of Frost than anything. Because then I could do Wet and or Morning Frost. Elemental Augmentation Amulet. Remember, I wouldn't get at Invocations either, so no Agonizing Blast. A Potent Robe, Elemental Augmentation, Ray of Frost. The things you'd be getting from level 1 of Warlock would be Hex. Hex would be pretty key for the run. Armor of Agathis, I'm on the fence about. It would be useful eventually for elixir upcasting. But I don't really want things hitting me as a level 1. That's the problem. Warlock would not ever have a way of getting heavy armor proficiency. Resistance concentrated blast is my Murgle strat. Yeah, it works. So for spells, I would probably end up taking X plus Dissonant Whispers. Yeah, probably Hex and Dissonant Whispers. Valued by cheesing Raphael. So, Helldusk Armor gives you 3 damage reduction. But, like, no way to cast Silence. There would be no way to cast Silence in that run. For what it's worth, yeah. Now, there's still a way to get the armor without having Silence. It's just fucked up. You have to, like, have Gale die, like full die, kind of near Raphael, and then you need someone to move his corpse towards and away from Raphael constantly until Raphael dies. Well, until Raphael goes to 0 HP, or you need to use multiple people to get Raphael to willingly stand next to Gale's corpse. So you could do that, and then you would just need to, from stealth, hit Raphael once when he shows up in your camp, and you'd be able to get Helldusk Armor without Silence that way. But it's actually wrong with me. I didn't think of that strat. I didn't think of that. Gale's corpse is a weapon. His weapons don't work. They're like a DC 12 or something, Mia. You need to land the hit, and then he needs to fail to save. So yeah, you could get Helldusk that way, but even in a case where you have Helldusk armor on a level 1 run, you have to keep in mind your HP is low. Gear slots are to solve specific problems in a level 1 run. They are not for just, this is a nice thing. So like a necklace or shield will always be getting more HP. Mainly thinking about AC, there's going to be other things that will get good AC. There's things that can even get you to have more AC than that, than Helldusk Armor. Having one class get the most OP spells better than having multi-class depends on your goal for your build, Lost. There's a strong argument for something like Cleric to go all in, or at least 11 levels, because then you get access to your 6th level spellcasting list. And in the case of Cleric, Hero's Feast is one of my favorite spells, and in my opinion, one of the strongest spells in the game. It's immunity to a lot of annoying effects. It gives you a bunch of items every time you cast it, and it gives you a pretty big HP increase, but the only way to cast it is level 11 in Cleric or Druid. Level 12 is usually less appealing than one level dip for most classes. Yes and no. Sometimes. Like, the thing about level 12 is that there are some classes that get features at 12, such as Warlock. Barbarian gets an extra rage charge as well. But also it's a feat. So it's between, like, do you want another feat, or do you want some level 1 features from a class? In the case of, again, let's keep using Cleric as the example, I would almost always prefer going 11 Cleric, 1 Wizard, just to increase the spell list, because then you could use your Wizard capabilities to scribe spells and be able to do things that Clerics normally can't, while still having full Cleric capacity. Ride mod for level 20? No, I have no interest in that. I would 100% eat his companions to the right buffs. It's true. Simply boil scratch till the skin falls off. Hold that over Raphael's mouth. I don't know about that one. Sorcerer 1 to 2, Cleric 10 to 11 sound my second favorite after Druid 11, Wizard 1. Yeah, those are good combos. Those are very good combos. Sorry to stand in place and start yapping suddenly. I'm just thinking about how badly I want to do this level 1 run. I think it'll be the next playthrough, but I do have multiple ideas, so as usual, when I do get around to finishing this playthrough, you guys will get to vote. They can either the level 12 in Act 1 and 2 run, or we do the level 1 Warlock, which will be a project for a while. Some Moon Druid stuff I want to do. Still want to do a Hunter Ranger playthrough. Still want to do a Necromancer Wizard. Like there's a bunch.
Such a long way down.
I think it's best.
The one, heck yeah, yeah. You and Say inspired me to want to do that third monkey. I want to do it as Warlock. That's the idea. It has a lot less advantages than both Wizard and Cleric. It does have some unique things, but I do think the kit is a bit more limited, but I like the class a lot anyway. Trying to multitask 2 playthroughs at a time. It seems impossible. I don't think anyone can do that. There's people in the chat able to do that.
Anyway, we can
Ever consider a no limited power run be an arbitrary restriction for the sake of it? I find that to just be arbitrary, Mia, because it's like, okay, no Cull the week, and my Act 3 prices are worse, and not having Fly is annoying. Do I care outside of that? Not really. It's just kind of, I guess I need to sit at a vendor longer for more flight potions, and I need to abuse the game economy more to have money for more flight potions, then that's just kind of that. Getting for a level 1 warlock, Hex. Hex and a lot of good dialogue options. Love this community so much. We started with a solo honor feasible, landed on is abuseless level 1 solo honor feasible. Gale's been hitting that gym. Yeah, he's been getting it. At the same coin, everything is arbitrary. It's just what you consider is fun. That's a valid point. Some people like certain restrictions that I just find utterly uninteresting, and that's the beauty of challenge running. The only rules that matter for your runs are the ones that you want to use. And everybody's different. Earth doesn't really have money. I guess I'll sell this to Blurk. Worms are icky, but delicious. That's how 8 strength, 8 con, 8 dex body looks like, by the way. Impossible body standards. Look at what Larian is doing for body standards for men. This is a guy who's never worked out a day in his life, presumably. He doesn't eat well. He doesn't take care of himself. Eats shoes.
Your tadpole's stasis is a most curious.
Literally
area of
drinks alcohol
study.
constantly.
I will have much to share with Omeluum upon its return.
Maybe his body's enchanted just like sorceresses in The Witcher. Could be. Got the gym spell. He goes on a diet and magically created Ozempic and steroids.
Naturally, the Underdark
He's all
provided
natural.
us with some most unusual salvage.
He's all natural.
Plenty
Trust
to
him.
keep
He
an
said so
inquiring
on
mind busy.
Faerun's social media platforms. I have more vendor trash in Jaheira's inventory I can
Research
sell.
on the
Hey, Drekar, please tell me if I absolutely butchered that. Please correct me. I want to get it right. Thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad-free viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you for choosing me for your monthly prime. A lot of people on the platform could have gone to, and I do appreciate it. Helps me out quite a bit. Facebook? Shit, that's good. Yeah, I haven't read the Annals of Tarsus yet, because I don't want elements showing up yet. How you doing, Urban Mech? Bodybuilders around the world hate this man for this little secret. You can eat a single pair of read more. This is way off topic. You know how to avoid killing your romance favorite companion on a redeemed Dirge run? I was talking to some people the other night. Multiple of us got through our runs without having to make that check. Don't know why. So if you don't ever rest inside of the Shadow Curse lands, that event never gets added to the queue. Like, for example, if you never long rest in Act 2,
But I'm happier when
Galeritus will never show up to tell you to kill Isabel. So it follows that the thing where you would be punished for not doing so, that wouldn't happen either. You could just go back to Act 1, a long rest, to avoid it that way. Hey, Sora, thank you for gifting us up to Ems. Really appreciate it. Ems, enjoy all the perks and stuff. Happy to have you here.
Strange to think that I'm both brilliant and extremely attractive.
We betrayed said about Scratch XP. Oh, hang on, I missed it. As a drow, each time I got 5 default female dragonborn, I got 10. Hate you. I need more caffeine to keep up with this shit. I hate you.
Your tadpoles stay naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
We got 10k gold. Do I want Boots of Persistence? Probably. Maybe.
There's a distinct
Default female dragonborn confirmed OP. Best at crime, best at playing the Scratch. Gotta lurk, but I'm here. I appreciate you. Might be pure tinfoil hat stuff, but I know Scratch and Albert Cup XP fluctuates. Have you been picking the same dialogue options? Like, maybe that's worth deep diving into, but like, what if it depends on what options you chose? Yes? Did you succeed the same checks in the same number of attempts? I'm just going through everything that could possibly be different. And it could just be origin-based. Even player race-based, I guess.
Certainly.
Killing Scratch's
You've
explorer.
come far, I
Oh.
perceive. Of course, my
Aw.
child. Within limits.
Leading to a lot of
Behold
Scratch
my
non-lethals.
wares.
I do not encourage this. I do not endorse this. But, like... I hate it. Go unfollow trade real quick. Thank you, thank you. Deserves it. Yeah, if everyone could just unfollow this guy. Join us in unfollowing Trade Secret 34. No, follow Trade. A lot of the XP science you see me do is built on Trade's work. Trade was the first person I know of, first documented case of level 11 pre-locking into the Act 2 finale, so before talking to Dame Aelin, meaning you retain access to the Act 1 map. Premier XP scientist right there. Also does Elden Ring stuff. Moo, thanks for the 29 months. See, Moo gets it. Unfollow trade is a sub message.
She's just a girl and
Want
she's
that
on
looks
fire.
embarrassing.
There you go, Quack.
Am I doing on here?
Unfollow trade.
Thank you, Moo. You're welcome. Yet Coombs is using me as a mattress. That's like the most relationship sentence possible, I think. Why am I still so encumbered? I mean, I'm carrying several suits of armor. really care about the Drake Glaive. I mean, later, I guess I'll want it. When I eventually do fight Ethel, I will want the Drake Glaive on... active on my bow. But that's not yet, so... I have a longsword +1. What is bro cooking? Still encumbered. This is the problem with carrying around so much situational gear. I guess, I don't need Ketheric Shield on me. Problem solved. Let's go buy Universal Resistance from the Rat Vendor. So the guy in the church and the guy in the prison always have Universal Resistance. It's a really good way to stock up. Maybe don't do that. Hey, Foster. Thank you for the Prime in the 3 years.
By the docks, I told you 100 times. Why aren't you listening? Her name is Vanra. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Alerts are delayed, as usual. But it adds to the charm. The scuff nature of the stream.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
It's cope, but I do.
3 years of spreading by unfollowing community members is the reason I keep coming and hanging with this Giga Chad. Much love TBJ and chat, and make sure you spread triple the love today, everyone.
Thanks, Foster. So I'll actually trade first here, but I want to break this wall so I don't have to misty step in here. I'm being more careful than I have to be, but it's just level of familiarity. Doesn't hurt to have a knock scroll, even though I can prep it. Yeah, this stuff's all pretty cheap. Sure.
Brilliant.
I do this, honestly. This on.
Not for communal.
Trying to put out that torch. An attitude drop. Let's see. Go over there. Really wants to just keep looking at me.
No honor among snakes.
Technically, the prison is for communal use. That's true. Whatever, I don't need to worry about this right now. Best trader? Yes. Spec rat chiller wears. Boo. Yes.
Right away.
I get some XP if I go into the guild. Orange should take Lays up this run.
If I must, I don't think this is strictly legal.
put on my dex close for this. Lockpicking with a -1 dex modifier is
I don't think this
not
is
super helpful.
legal.
Riding level 1, I forgot where Skittles prison was, so I stole some small thing and staged prison escape after that. That's great. I love it. Honor run ended, didn't realize I was in Dishonor, so that kind of sucked. Did finally start my first ever Cyberpunk playthrough. What happened to your run? Cyberpunk cool though.
With haste.
Head hacked clean off and made to watch. Twisted vision.
Forthwith.
Hey Dan, how you doing? I don't want to rest yet. It'll be the Mizora showing up thing. I don't want to read the Annals of Karsus yet. I don't make Elminster show up in my camp too. I guess amusingly, I could probably try to engineer a situation where I kill Elminster now for the XP, but it's like, I'm in Act 3, who cares? Mostly lurking because of work, good luck, have fun. I appreciate it, appreciate you. This guy will make opportunity attacks. If I beat him in initiative, I can force him to attack me and he'll probably die. But I need to do that after a rest, because I don't have the resources for that. I mean, actually, I probably could do it. Let's see, with a Vigilance, currently I have +7. He's got +9 with 18 dex. So I need a +13. I still find a way to cheat. He is a cheater. Really love it here, can't overstate. Hey, I'm glad, that means a lot to me. Take a few days break from streams, finally watch Quag shenanigans, whole evening instead of sleep. I don't know what to say. That really hits home. I appreciate that. Healthy habits, don't overconsume, but that really does mean a lot to me. Disarming Dollar would probably be quite helpful. This is +12. Huh. I could flip that coin and hope that I win, but I don't really want to do that. Thing is, I need crit immunity. So, if I want my initiative to go any higher, I have to give up one of my damage retorts. Wish I could be up this early for your streams more. It's generally my sleep time. I'm not a morning person. I totally understand, Velka. I totally get it. Like, I'd watch, Mark's streams more, but it's late for me. I'd watch Nazater's streams more, but it's early for me. I'd watch Khan streams more, but we stream the exact same time. It's tough. Wish I knew. It sucked. Really pleased to earn crap ton. Try again sometime after the Cyberpunk playthrough. Sounds cool, Foster. Top of half my stream list is all BG3. That's usually how it happens for me too. It's like there's a game I'm into, and everyone I know who plays it will be playing it at once. I don't want to risk this dude beating me in initiative. So I think what I do is I Falar Aloof with Sentinel Shield. Means no Iron Bind. But I definitely have enough initiative. And once the fight starts, I unequip the shield and the gloves. Try to watch you all. There are always like 2-3 people live at once trying to listen to that while working is a lot. Totally understood, yeah. Love Dark Age Swords, bro. Loved it. I think next time I'll be much more prepared for that challenge that Honor Mode represents. And that's why resetting in Honor Mode is good. That's why I do like resetting. Sometimes. Because it's always a teachable moment. I was happy to eat that Abdurak crit, because now I will never let that happen again. That's something that will never cost me another run. Learning. So I think I want shovel here.
All hatched up. Pushing on.
Unaware he had that spell. I was aware he had it. I was mistaken on the damage range of this spell. I thought it was 2d10, meaning the max was 40, meaning he would have to close to max roll to kill me on a crit. But it's 3d10, so he only needed an average roll to kill me on a crit. So he crit, and then rolled exactly average, which was more than lethal. So I just didn't know the exact damage range, and I should have. Entirely my fault. Just never got in a fight with him. I've routed in getting in a fight with him so that I can get his mace, because it's a way that lets you get it without risking crime responses from the goblins. It gets you his mace, gets you his XP, which are otherwise very easy to miss. Never aggro's for me. Yeah, I click attack in conversation so that he'll fight back. And the goblins won't help him, because I didn't assault him, we just got in a fight. Okay, so what I need to do here is I drink a 4th level spell slot elixir. I'll do that now. Timing on this is going to be very interesting. I'd like to get wet on him as well.
Hello. Nice day for a walk.
Trying to think how I want to do that.
Why, yes, Edvard. Can I call you Edvard? Well, Edvard, I do support Lord Gortash's campaign. For several reasons.
Low on 4th level elixirs, but not that low.
Step by step.
Okay, so here's some accessible ideas to make Guardian Faith better. I think I'm turning into a believer. So this is obviously, you know, cheese to the max degree, but if you put a globe of invuln somewhere where the Guardian is in it, but the person it's attacking isn't, the Guardian won't take damage from its own attacks. I haven't tried, but if you can throw a Radiant Resistance Elixir at it, then it'll only take half damage from hitting itself. Like Trade said, Perilous Stakes. However, that does give it Radiant Vuln. It'll heal on every attack, but it gets Radiant Vulnerability. So you'd want to counteract that with the Radiant Resistance Elixir as well, to get it back to neutral. So basically, it'll hit itself for 20, but then it'll heal for 2d8 as well. You can aid to give it more HP. I've done that one. That one works. It might be possible to warding bond it, though you'll start taking damage if that happens. It can be healed. I don't remember if it can directly be healed, but I know it can benefit from healing effects. Like, I know Perilous Stakes works. I know Aid works, though that's max HP increase rather than healing. You can Shield of Thralls it as well. If it can be healed, then, yeah, Transfuse Health or any kind of heal would work. The Divine Intervention Mace would be a nice passive heal. If it can be healed conventionally. Okay, let me do this fight. Stop stalling. I want to throw a water bottle at him. With Battle Mage Elixir. So if I switch to a Battle Mage Elixir, I'll have 3 turns of Acuity. Then I switch back to 4th level spell slot. I cast Fire Shield, switch to Vigilance, throw Water Bottle at him, Greek, turn-based mode, couple attacks him. Diddle Thralls works on Halsin's Portal. That's great. I didn't know that. I know Warden of Vitality heals the portal. Because the portal can't be targeted by healing spells, but Warden of Vitality heals nearby allies, and the portal is an ally. But like Warden of Vitality is either a high-level paladin spell, or you have to take it from Magical Secrets on Bard, so nobody uses it. Divine Intervention Mace should work the same way, but that would require being level 10, using your intervention on that.
We're being too lax right now. What do you mean?
That's fine. The fist showed up. Why did the fist show up? Okay. Okay, 9 AC. I can Hex Psionic Overload. Psionic Overload and Rage. the AC one. And he died. Oh, he wasn't illuminated, so we didn't get Callous Glow. But look at that. Also, I didn't take damage, so Flesh Melter Cloak didn't hit him. I can't carry this stuff, so I should pick that up. Spilled so much, it's so fun. I still have one Arcane Ward. I can't Hex because I'm raging. Ooh, I do like Health Crawler here. Let's drop a Moon Lantern. Make sure they're all illuminated. None of them are wet. Where's the opportunity attacks? Yeah, I'll Hellish Rebuke you. He's dead too. Okay. You advantage, and you're dead. Well, that went very well. Yeah, I think that was bullying.
Well, I am so glad you
How much of this poor guy got hit for?
No, a bit too familiar. Mr. Needle.
Of course.
Hand it to these bar lists. They're definitely subtle.
Now, where is
yes, of course.
Slight amount of damage. Remember when Arcane Trickster applies sneak attacks to Eldritch Blast, so broken. I remember sneak attacks applying to Eldritch Blast. Yeah. It's back when lightning charges were a DRS situation. So lightning charges got Agonizing Blast. Yeah, it was pretty... yeah. Sounds busted as hell. It was insanity.
For now. I venture forth.
I do really like the idea. How do I still have that condition? I like the idea of me running around with this build where, I had 9 AC, and, everyone in the Dolor fight hit me, and I took 2 damage, and they all died.
We could be fired for this.
This used to be such a beautiful city.
Would you like to be more than a common murderer?
Sure thing. Last time I got an invitation like this, the life got a lot more interesting.
You must kill once more. Remove your...
Oh, he clipped it? Nice. Watch it back. And he died. Armor class matters. Motherfuckers, when I show them the raw power, simply bitch slapping the bag with Armor of Agathis. It's so good. Like, there are so many ways to be tanky. And Armor class is the most straightforward one that I see a lot of players go for, and it's absolutely viable. I want to make that clear. But it doesn't kill things, unless you're doing Holy Lance Helm. So you still have to have other things active doing killing for you. And in most cases, taking higher AC things is a compromise with something that could have increased your damage.
Very well.
I like builds where that's not a trade-off you have to make, because it's very against the grain. It's very different.
Perhaps, now it will serve you well. I wish...
Did run high AC twice, enemies die of boredom. Yeah, it works. It keeps you safe against a lot of threats. There are times where it doesn't. For example, Orin. Orin's attacks are, of course, attacks, so armor class works. But the thing where she teleports behind you, not an attack. It just hits you. So if you have, 45,000 AC and 20 health, Orin still kills you the second you attack her. Attack her and Sarawak and melee, so they don't teleport and do an attack roll. They still hit you, even if you melee, but it gets worse if you do it from range. Oh yeah, I never cleared out my keychain. That helps. They dropped Guts body near Glut, revived the whole Mycton colony, got hostile, revived him mid-combat to fight me. It's like, at least that worked. Then I'd flee combat, came back and recruited Glut again, immediately dismissed Gut. Now I can't revive her. What happened? So confused. Don't drop corpses in settlements. It triggers a crime response. What happened to you has happened to a lot of people. Whenever I do it, I recruit Glut, and then I walk out of the Myconic colony before dropping the corpse, while Glut is following me. Any sort of area where there's crime responses, messing with corpses causes people to go hostile to you. Which is stupid in the Myconid colony, because they literally want you to bring them a specific corpse, and if you bring them that corpse and then drop it in front of them, they still go hostile. Well, the mushrooms are cops then? Yeah, conflicting commands, they just want to kill you. They're cops. Range damage and they teleport, no attack roll. If they do in melee, it's an attack roll, so it's a different mechanic. See, I'm learning things. What was I doing? Alright, we have the money, we can go to the murder tribunal now. Want to buy the vicious short bow. Accidentally signs that at first high AC run, almost died to Saravok. Made no sense. God specifically asked to revive things, other areas that get it, but there. It does feel like the Myconid colony shouldn't care about corpses. I totally agree with you. But unfortunately, they do. The Astarian fit on this guy. I just noticed. That's literally just Astarian's camp clothes. Missed my free 2 AC from Shield of Faith. It's okay, they screwed me out of that on one run as well. It's annoying, but what can you do?
Tools for the wrong trade.
The locked door has red.
So the reason why I did the murder, despite already having dealt with Dolor, means I don't need to make a deception check with the tribunal, because I'm not lying. I killed someone. And the specific target I chose always has a potion of speed on her.
Present me well from gifts.
Yep. Warlock run was your playstyle? Did a bunch of different things, but for a lot of the run it was Eldritch Blasting. Some of the run it was swinging a sword around. Warlock's versatile. I did a lot. Ended up being primarily Eldritch Blast by the time we got to Act, like late Act 2 into Act 3. Alright, still plus 12 initiative in case this somehow ends up in a fight. But it shouldn't.
No, before.
Approach, aspirant. You took this spirit's life.
No deception.
And thus it's for
Reps.
you.
Last what I use for a melee only run. Are there any other restrictions? Probably Swords Bard, but I'm curious, are there other restrictions? The main thing I would want, the reason why I'm asking, I should probably expand, is I'd want to play something that has innate AoE. Swords Bard gets AoE, 2-target AoE cleave at level 3, and at level 5 that becomes something you get back on short rests. It's just one Bardic Inspiration to do it. And the reason that AoE is important is not just for efficiency throughout the run, but Orin fight. You need AoE for Orin to hit the Sanctuary guys. So you'd be looking at Hunter, Swords Bard, Tiger Barb. Yeah. or juggling every weapon that has an AoE. I feel like I'd use Cleric, played too much Cleric recently. No such thing as too much Cleric. Spirit Guardian is a melee, kinda. Kinda. An interest in trying out a physically strong Warlock, don't know how I'd set it up. You get a ton of Charisma, you use Pact of the Blade. You'd maybe want to start as a Githyanki for the medium armor proficiency. Or you start as a human or half-elf for shield proficiency. Failing either of those, you could take the moderately armored feat to get both of those things.
I know you.
Spare no.
Someone will stop you, Barlist. When they do, I think it hurts. Citizen, stop this at once! Ow! What? Please stop.
The port.
Get this Graver Blade lock ammo because you can skip Warcaster.
Is that better or worse
Warcaster
than
is an
I
overrated feat anyway, Batshit Man. It is already worth skipping. Half orc for damage rolls? Half orc for damage rolls sounds pretty good, yeah. The thing with Warcaster is, like, advantage on Constitution, advantage on Concentration is, like, good, sure. You could get that a lot of different ways in this game. And you get, at max, 4 feats on a character. Someone mentioned Warlock? I hate doing Sublock as myself. Yeah, we're talking shop on Warlock. 60-10 is only 33 on average, so an unlucky roll there. It wasn't exactly average, but, like, I don't think 45 is too crazy there, because it could have been 60, right? So, like, I still put the blame on myself for not preparing for that. I don't think that I got robbed there. I think that that was a perfectly likely outcome. And I do think it was my fault.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
Inflict Wound sounds crazy on paper, to be honest. It's really, really strong. You can spell Might Gloves on that as well, for even more. Yeah, Inflict Wounds is strong. Inflict Wounds run could be something. Yeah, absolutely could be. Having Sarevok at the end with you, is Dirge require you to not talk with them after killing Orin? Yes. Okay, so I don't need C and Biz prepared anymore. We can use the Assassin of Balcal for that. a magic missile. All the normal crit lowering stuff, help touch spells. Yeah, anything that's an attack roll. Yeah. Didn't know that on my first third run. Was disappointed Sarevok for being a fucking idiot. Well, the ballists are all murder hobos. They are literally, canonically, a bunch of smelly, inbred murderers. That just kill before thinking.
Exhausted.
AKA D&D players. Good one. Let's use the poor charmed people by Cazadors to level and also to test. Now that we have Vicious Shortbow, that should apply to Flesh Melter Cloak unless something really weird was happening in Mia's game. I have one spell slot. That's
City of steel and justice.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of Baldur's Gate?
we have almost all the gear I want for the run. Just need Amulet of Greater Health from the House of Hope. We'll be pretty stacked.
Not this again. Step by step.
Lumbered by Healing Pot. Guess that's how much I'm carrying. Have any rope in your inventory?
Adventure awaits.
You are intruding. Protect the...
Go here, let's drop that Moon Lantern. Guess I'll Reckless Attack to give them advantage. Or do I want to change to different gloves? I'll plan on Raging here. I can put on the Reviving Hands and drink a health potion. No, I already have Blade Work. I don't need to do that. Let's just unequip this. Now you have advantage. I didn't take damage for Flesh Melter Cloak to happen. Gives me my lightning charges. Guess the rat doesn't want to hop attack. I have no ward now. But should take meaningful damage from the next person that melees me. You're too heavy to throw. I can topple you. Iron Vine damage, love to see it. Okay, so it didn't seem to... Maybe it does require an actual crit. Maybe. Maybe. Oh yeah, I don't know if I got this anymore. Here. This is a choice. I now want them to crit me. I mean, 140 damage crit. Trident, because I'm gonna want to try to disarm you. Keep that blade ward up. It'd be much safer to test this on Connor. Give me your bow. He's 17. They have disadvantage. Why did they have disadvantage? I don't understand. Is it a mental saving throw? Is disarm a mental saving throw that still goes off of strength? Anyone have any other ideas? I don't want that to be what's happening. Sorry, what did I miss? So, I disarmed this archer, right? They failed the saving throw. They had disadvantage. I don't know why they had disadvantage, and the only condition I'm giving them that affects anything remotely related is Resonance Stone, giving advantage on physical checks and disadvantage on mental saving throws. So, is Disarming Strike a strength mental saving throw? Kind of insane, if that's the case. Take that off, too. Where you going? Ow, 24. fire resistance anymore. Yeah, I'm using these guys to test. Oh, well, I was trying to heal you too, man, but... Calculator from your last new class. It may... Well, spell save DC in general is. So, it's Charisma, but... Basically, you have a weapon DC, and you have an everything else DC. It should still be Strength. But, like, maybe this is a... sort of mercy mechanic. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Attack me, bro. They don't want to attack me because of Blade Ward. $17 DC, 10 plus 3 charisma, proficiency 4. That maths. I have the same for my strength though. And if we look at what they had to use, this is not necessarily an indication of what my DC is going off of, but I'm more worried what they're going off of. That +1 is their strength. So they are using their strength to roll against it. It might be off of my charisma, but it's also off of their strength. If Shillelagh activates your spellcasting ability added to weapon saves. I was using a trident, so I didn't have a Shillelagh active. But I guess my other weapon is Shillelagh still. Oh, I gave them Blade Ward. I didn't think about that. Sure. Share the wealth. I'm trying to make them crit me. Keep hamstring and see if they have disadvantage as well. I like it. We'll try it. I put Dex back on. My hit rate isn't great. Oh, we'll try. I hit. Oh, they used their Constitution. They did not have disadvantage. They do have Steeped in Bliss. So, it's not that Steeped in Bliss is applying to everything. I think Disarming Strike is the weird thing here. DC 17, this is my... The same DC as the other one. So what Kieta said, DC 10 plus my spellcasting modifier plus my proficiency, that's still maths. They have sunlight sensitivity. No, this is a gold dwarf. Willing to keep committing healing potions here. Even the crit me. How many sponge jobs would it take to defeat Satan? Going that way. This guy doesn't want to jump down. My gear probably looks so alarming to people. Your gear does look alarming indeed. Fuck. That's too good. Well done. It's Trident +1, and before it, the regular Trident is incredibly useful throughout this playthrough. Any weapon I can equip that does less right now. The Shadow Lantern. I like how this Moon Lantern shows up in the weapon slot. Has to turn not attacking me because of the Arcane Ward, I guess. Well, that won't take damage. I can Reckless Attack that to get the status. Why do you not have advantage? Weird. How are you missing me? What are you doing? Stop rolling bad. Like, just roll not bad. Crypto. We're trying to figure out how a couple things work. I need to get crit. Need her to roll 20 at some point. But not a single VG3 player until now. Oh, it's delayed, maybe that's a crit. Happens when you get crit, that's why we're testing. How is she missing? You have +8. You only need a 4 to hit me. I would put down an acid service, but my blood is gonna just be a problem here. Sleep yourself? I could. Yeah. Yeah, that would be the play. Do I have a potion of sleep? Yeah, I forgot that we grabbed these. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, Dollar Amaris will apply to Flesh Melter Cloak if you get crit. Yeah. So the weapon is doing what it says, except not at all. Whenever you land a critical hit with a weapon or unarmed attack, it deals an additional 7 damage. An attack happened, a crit happened. Drinking sleeping potion is a battle plan? Really? The thing is, I don't know... actually, if I have resistance, I'm not really worried if something crits. I might... Wait, do I let Chatterteeth put me to sleep in the Cazador fight? Do I really? Sounds dangerous, do it. Like, if I get enough passive healing per turn, if I go in with Ring of Regen, and Blade Ward gloves, I guess. Mr. Cazador, let me sleep in the front lines of your ritual. You know how we can make this sillier, though? We could make this so much worse. Crater Swims didn't work. I was also testing that. That's a good thing. I want that to work. It applies to the Bone Spike Garb one as well. Solo mild magic, uh-huh. So, my Cazador battle plan is I go in, I sit right in front of him, and I go to sleep. That's it. That's the whole plan. That's the whole fight. I take a nap. I'm trying to think if there's... Does the Barbarian Brutal Critical work on this too? Can we test that out too? I was worried about my stock of sleep potions, but I can use short rest potions for this too. And Lucretius always has those. I do the fear version though. Kill Chatterteeth then. I'll kill Chatterteeth and go to sleep. I bite myself. No, okay. Look, he's nodding. Gale agrees with the plan. Observation anyways, true. Yeah, Blue warding my feet. I'd have to fail a save though. Right? It's a deck save. I have advantage on that. Sure, I have low dex, but I have advantage. I mean, let's test while we're here. Need an enemy here now. Kinda forgot that bit. Will coffee work? Yeah, I'm gonna use coffee. Convention door. Alright, must be an ally. I guess I'll drink a strength pot and abduct this guy. Maybe he'll follow me. Yeah, I saved. Only DC 15. Okay, so I think I need to respec to test if Barbarian Brutal Critical works on this. Or does anyone happen to know? 'Cause then we could get an extra damage die. But I don't think that's worth it, because that would be, what, an extra... It shouldn't work, but it might work on Fire Shield. Yeah, anyway. I guess I would have to weaken people enough that... I would have to weaken Cazador enough so that he's willing to do melee attacks. If I'm not raging, just do this. I don't want to be moved. Don't care if I get restrained. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. I love everything about this. Sorry, I'm quiet right now because I'm thinking. What do I run helmet-wise here? Probably Mask of Soul Perception for initiative. Do I go into the fight with Sanctuary on so that I can just take a few turns to gear swap? That seems like the play, actually. I want Amulet of Greater Health, of course. We don't want to go Helm of Baldurin. I want the healing from it, but I don't want crit protection. Crazy sentence. Crazy sentence. You know what's kind of an interesting thing that I've never considered? If you wear Horns of the Berserker, isn't there a healing ring? Yeah, I should go buy that from Roland. If you wear Horns of the Berserker, wouldn't that wake you up from being asleep? Like, if anyone ever puts you to sleep, you go a turn without doing damage, you take damage from your hat, and you wake up.
Interesting.
I have so many ideas. I can't believe that, this is the thing. Gale was hit for 1 piercing damage. Maroni was hit for 25 acid damage, 24 piercing damage. You know what I could do? Or does something work? No, I tried those. I'm at a lost helmet slot-wise. I think Mask of Soul Perception. I'm open to suggestions for a helmet here. Maybe Dark Justiciar. Don't know Helm easy. I mean, it's an option. Again, looks good in this. Bone Spike Garb looks good. Forgot my Moon Lantern. Go grab that. 20 hat plus 1 persuasion, baby. Actually, Pyro Quickness Hat would trigger off of Hellish Rebuke, would it not? If I forced an opportunity attack in my turn and Hellish Rebuked someone. Fire Shield count as level spell dealing damage? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Fire Wall doesn't, but maybe that's Fire Wall being weird. So We know Firewall is weird. I mean, we could test.
The master is pure.
Facing turn. Me and my 9 AC. So I actually don't want to have Arcane Ward. Crit me. Okay, well, yeah. I took 0 damage, they took 24 piercing. I hate this. I hate it so much.
Everything must be clean. Everything must be perfect. So much to do, so much to prepare.
Still won't attack me, huh? Least OP Act 3 build. So if I go to sleep now, sneak attack, nice. I took 18 damage.
Everything must be clean. Everything must be perfect.
26. This is D4. Doubles up. Then plus 21. Why does this say 2d6 piercing? Alright, because that's the damage she was gonna do. Right? Yes. I need short rest potions. Like more of them. We're deep in the trenches of thonking stupid shit. I could so easily lose a run to this. But I'm so invested. I do need Ring of Regen. Could not count as a loss. That for initiative. And to look cool. Brave discoveries have been lost to the elements, braving new discoveries for as long as humans have been here. What if solo honor mode runner decided, hey, I want everyone in the Cazador fight critting me? Wondering if regen, I want Amulet of Greater Health. I probably want Tubin to upcast 8 on me for this whole thing as well. Because we want girthy HP. Has to be girthy.
Reeks of necrotic magic. Perhaps it's best left closed for now.
Mrs. Sparkman, he'll see it. Master sees everything.
The woman's eyes are alert, verging.
Would be willing to attack me now. Yeah. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, the piercing damage happened after that, so she didn't actually maintain the vulnerability. Oh no, it just timed out. Okay. What a way to hit level 12, too. Doing any sleep strats on one prediction. It'll be a bit. I need to think about this for longer. Wait, yeah, Oh boy. New meaning too, I'm gonna stab him to death. Yeah, you're gonna stab you to death via me. So what do I want here? A +3 initiative from taking Barb 7 would be pretty good, particularly for Cazador. Wizard 3 gets me stronger Arcane Ward, which if I'm taking crits, I maybe want. But Warlock 3, the Pact of the Blade. I go back to the Tome for Vicious Mockery with Resonance Stone. Oh boy. We'll go back to the Blade. And it whispers. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Okay, so now that my Warlock spell slots are level 2, I can use Bolstering Magic on that. And it does not restore the way the amulet does, it just restores the 1. But still, that's not nothing. Hmm. Also, I was saying, trying to bet on Quag. I'd be betting on Sayo as yes and no reverse. Quite happy to lose those points. I appreciate you, Swiss. Need to make more of those. Got some gamers in here. Gales looks so yucky with the veins. Astronomer, we have reached peak degeneracy. Well, look at this gear. We have successfully weaponized taking a nap. The strat is now, yeah, we just take a nap. Watch the clip. So, my Cazador battle. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh man, this is I'm scared. Gonna be extremely fiddly. I can't psionic overload with this strat because that'll wake me up. Unless I take 0 damage. Would I then not wake up? But we do it, keep playing, we lose by not doing it. You know, I'm kind of inclined to agree. We're gonna test more on Goaty here.
Methinks I spotted something.
Right. Most excellent.
I feel apologetic already.
I don't actually have Fire Shield also doubles up. I can make someone wet as well. It gets Dollar Amaris. Oh, this is fucked up. This is fucked.
Strange inscription on this ring. Language, no doubt.
This is fucked up.
Not one I can read.
Making the enemy wet and then napping. Yeah.
Forthwith. On my way.
the college boyfriend special. Quote Spy Kids 2, do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? Yeah, so like why does a line that goes so incredibly fucking hard, why is it in Spy Kids 2? It's always been just crazy to me. Like they were cooking when they wrote that.
Knock knock.
But for that movie?
If I'm not mistaken. Just like on Tsar's ring.
Performed by Steve Buscemi at that, yeah. Naked man arrives to a luxury mansion, sleeps in a puddle in front of the owner. Owner dies from disrespect. I mean, I lived because the fire within me burned brighter than the fire from outside me is like Fallout. But yeah, Fallout's trying to make you think about things. Wilhelm, get back here.
Another guest for the Masters.
$80 cold damage. 62 cold damage. Might be the strongest build I've ever played. I've played some pretty dumb shit. But this might be the strongest thing I've ever done in this game. Having 9 AC, but then also just taking a nap. I guess since I'm taking a nap, I don't need the low AC. The low AC just helps when I'm no longer sleeping after I take the first hit. How can we make this dumber? What are our options? Is there a way I can get lightning charges on this? Because those will double up. Boots. I don't think I want to take off Helldusk, because I do want to make it so I can't be moved, because if I can be moved, then they might try pushing me, which isn't an attack. So it won't trigger anything, it'll just wake me up. See if the wiki has anything on Fire Shield. I can Gaping Wounds. Silly. Working on dead though. Not relevant to Cazador. Oh yeah, Fiend Warlock gets Fire Shield. I always forget that. Incredibly based. So pure class Warlock could do some crazy retaliation tanking stuff as well. I suppose if we were min-maxing this take a nap concept, more wizard investment makes sense, because then I get a bigger arcane ward. I suppose getting, like, thief for an extra bonus action to just do something else before I take a nap also works. But I don't need the Nature Cleric level if I'm not doing Shillelagh. That would mean I could take another wizard level for more ward and access to the second level wizard spell list, but I can already scribe. I could take another barbarian level for that initiative. I guess if going to sleep heavy armor master makes sense. But I'd have to not run Bone Spike Garb, so no. Dual Wielder would allow me options like Fowler Louvre instead of one of my daggers, but I don't think that's necessary. Let me look at Cazador's wiki page. Need to see when he switches to his melee mode. Enough wretches. You have some text down here. And any information there? I know he does it when you lower his HP, but I just don't know the threshold. Gives him 4 more strength and gives him multi-attack. D4 plus strength modifier. He will have plus 5 strength modifier. No, plus 6. So 2d4 plus 6. He'll be critting. 4d4 plus 6, hitting twice. I can take that. Cazador has non-magical immunity to physical damage, and he's resistant to magical piercing. So Bone Spike Garb itself won't hurt him too badly. Wondering if there's any better armor choices I can make because of that. Give that some thought. I want Mask of Soul Perception for initiative purposes. Phone is blowing up.
What's he got to say for himself?
Flawed Helldusk Armor, Heavy Armor Master. If I'm doing the wet thing, Flawed Helldusk won't be as impactful, but it crossed my mind. Trade. It did cross my mind. I think I sold Rippling Force Mail to someone who's no longer alive, so that's not an option anymore. That could have been interesting.
May it please, Mistra.
I could use Kethric's armor. That would free up my boots. I guess allowing me to do like speedy light feet and I could dash for lighting charges. If I went all the way down to 1 Warlock, I could put those levels into Barbarian to get a second feat. You know what I need to do right now, actually? I need to make this a packed weapon. So that if I respec, I don't end up with Dalaran stuck as a packed weapon.
You've got the wrong man for this.
Yeah, actually put explosive decks. Sorry this is so slow right now, in terms of what's actually happening. I'm thinking about a million different things right now. We did my riskiest Merkle yet on this run, and we might also be doing my riskiest Cazador yet on this run. Considering all the angles. Why Dollar Daggers? Because it applies to the damage retort from Bone Spike Garb, it applies to the damage retort from Flesh Melter Cloak, it applies to Fire Shield, but only if I get crit. So, to guarantee enemies critting me, I take a nap. And then they crit me. We are intentionally forcing crits to make them take more damage. It's disgusting. Yeah, it is. If we look at the damage log here, what we did to poor Wilhelm. He used sneak attack on me because I was asleep. It crit. You can see he crit on an 8. Caustic Reprisal, which is a D4 of damage, did 27. Exoskeletal Endurance, which is my Constitution modifier, so 3, did 24. Harbor of Agathis got it too, because of course it did. And then Fire Shield got it. What if he drank a paralytic port and just stayed there, paralyzed, so it would last for multiple hits? No. Drinking Carabasan's game. The thing is, it has a 1-turn delay, and it gives me vulnerability to physical damage. So, like, I don't know about that. But what if there's other ways to paralyze myself? Is there Consume option in Crawler Mucus? Lame.
A summoning ritual by the looks of it. Dread to think what manner of creature she called out to.
I'm gonna do this where this won't cause, like, massive issues. Hey, glass jacket shirt, man. How are you?
Consider it done.
The House of Hope? No. Where's the Ring of No Action when you need it? RB made for Quag and necklace and healing ring from Sorcerer's Sundries. I mean, in general, yeah, that's a combo that works. He's very risky. Yeah, Manfred. Hey, Ganon, how are you? This goes off my charisma. It's my constitution to break out of it after the first turn. Wait, I succeeded, and then I failed. Did it hit me twice? This is an expensive test. Like, was it the burst of it exploding and then the surface? No. It just, the first one worked on me, so these are out of order. I failed on the blast, saved on the condition, got paralyzed anyway. Yeah, I don't think I can consistently paralyze myself, so it would be drinking Carabasons. But then I would need to make sure I have universal resistance so that I'm neutral on the damage that I'm taking. Well, a friend picked up BG3 from Summer Sale finally. We should be starting to play through soon. I had a question I want to ask you. Yeah, hit me. Questions always welcome. Glass jacket shirt, man. How can I help? Thinking again. So yeah, Kethric's armor, the Reaper's Embrace would free up my boots. How impactful is freeing up my boot slot? Oh, wait. I want to do Oakfather's Embrace. I want to do Oakfather's Embrace for Cazador. Silly me. How could I forget? About to ask you still had that? Yeah, I'll do it. Swap on your dex gloves right now, right? Yeah. We're good. First playthrough is Wizard. I think this time around I'd like to deal physical damage. Wondering would be a fun choice for that. Should remain open to other magic dealing classes. So what recommendation would you have? Understand it'd be hard to make one not known my playstyle. Questions very general. You can't go wrong with Fighter. I would recommend if you are playing Fighter, do not pick a Battle Master. But you can't go wrong with Fighter. If you don't want to do like spellcasting stuff at all, Champion Fighter is the most straightforward way to focus on doing physical damage. You're just very good at it. You basically click your attack button and things die. You crit a lot, you can jump really far, you have very good athletics abilities if you ever need to push or throw someone. You just play champion and you simply attack things with weapons you like until those things are no longer alive. Also cast Daylight and something in my hand to make them weaker. I can't cast Daylight with my current class distribution. Battlemaster lures you in with, oh, look, all these new abilities in reality, they're not nearly as good as Eldritch Knight Champion. Yeah, it's more confusing and less powerful. It's weird. I'll have less damage reduction this way. If I do this... I guess there is always Helldusk armor. Yeah, I need to, firing a regen. Good books. The Regal Gales being attacked. Game chugged for a second there. Let me save and make me nervous. Secondary recommendation, make sure my friend roll fighter for his character. Are you asking like if your friend also wanted to play fighter but not the same thing as you? Just making sure I understand the question.
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that at least I can help with.
Well, I could plant growth under myself. Or another source of healing. Taking a nap. Option. Play what you like. Play what you like. Yeah, that's always a good recommendation. Asking if he rolled fighter, not want to double up on the class during the playthrough. You don't lose anything by having two fighters. But if you wanted another class that can just do physical damage stuff very well, Ranger. Ranger's great. It has spell casting, but it's a half caster, so a lot of the spells are focused on like utility things, area control. You're not like flinging fireballs or anything. I'm operating off the assumption that you specifically don't want to really do spellcasting. Based on what you said earlier.
Hope you found...
I could get paralyzed by the ghouls doing this. That's something I'm worried about here. Like, as much as I want a Callous Glove, I think I do maintain Ring of Reaction. So this makes it so whenever I'm healed, I restore the maximum possible. It'll ensure that I get 4 back, but that's not as much value as just getting Amulet of Greater Health. Read the Annals of Karsus.
Reunite the crown with the Dead Three's Netherstones, and Karsus's design might yet be completed. After,
Elminster will show up now. War Cleric could be fun. First time playing. Be nice to not overshadow and buff him also. That's an option. Gloomstalker Assassin. Gloomstalker Assassin is very popular. Yeah, I guess Act 3 Gale could kill Elminster in camp. For XP. You just... like, why?
I hear you've been browsing in the most esteemed... Selfish it may be, but I won't deny my happiness that
Elminster did not want Gale to blow himself up.
in this matter. And perhaps now you understand. Mistra knows what I see in you, just as I know what she sees in you. She bids you come to her holy shrine in the Stormshore Tabernacle. She was anything but idle.
Yeah, he still sees Mistra way more favorably than anyone should, but Elminster is like, yeah, no, she's wrong for telling you to die. Hey, Last Jacket Shirt, man, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it.
There you go, Quag.
Hope we continue to enjoy all the perks and stuff.
By all the hounds of the hells, what is she planning? Well, until then, may my father keep safe.
Mistra taking KYS to the next level, yeah. I guess before Cazador, I'd want to do Mirror of Loss. Big specific, my first one is believing I could just discover 100% of the story dialogue choices. Huge mistake. BG3 rewards multiple playthroughs. That is very good advice. Yeah, you cannot do everything on one playthrough. Cannot be done. There's too much branching. There's mutually exclusive rewards and paths. Yeah, don't focus on doing everything. Focus on doing what sounds fun. I know that seems like a basic thing, but gaming is interesting. Modern gaming, where there's a lot of people who don't play games for their enjoyment. It's not entertainment. It's about having something to prove, or having a grind, or going down a checklist. You gotta remember to have fun. What choices in an extremely linear game? Like what you do with Shadowheart affects how that storyline looks, for example. You can't experience both of those, both paths at the same time. Dirge stuff is a joke, sorry. Yeah, I figured. Just play games to disappoint my parents. Nearly 50. If it works, keep doing it, alright? Right. Get back into my talkie-talkie gear. Go here. Go up to Blurg. I do need to bring Jaheira to her house. Get that stuff, but that can wait. I want Amulet of Greater Health. I suppose accessing the House of Hope for that before I rest makes the most sense. Though, once I have access to the House of Hope, I don't need to rest. Yeah. I'm gonna be sleeping while fighting Cazador. that much is we've decided on that. So I need more short rest potions as well, so I can actually go to sleep. When you're up to the point you walk into an owlbear nest.
Your tadpole's stasis. Naturally, the Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
That gives me a little more room to work with. I could go have the statue commissioned. Carrying too much money and now I'm encumbered because of it. Bad you can't sleep fight the brain. Yeah, that's a shame. Getting unstable blood from Mirage could also be interesting. If I put a candle down next to me, when they hit me, my blood surface will immediately explode. A couple sleep potions on the guy who OD'd in the sewer, making that up. No, those should be there. Good call. I don't want to go down there yet, because that's going to trigger the Orin kidnapping. But those should be there. That's good to know. Alright. Need access to... Did I help? You did. You did. Am I still encumbered? I guess I don't need all this stuff. What's this? $2 Mars? Yeah, there's one from the vendor and one from the guy. It's always been like that.
Replica devil skull. A little...
That's curious.
A fake devil head? How darling.
Ew.
Aramin the Erudite, the epitome of devilish charm, wit, and grace.
Gale's not very...
Within the crystal, you see the devil Raphael sipping from a goblet of blood red
Failed
wine.
literally all the Arcana check.
He smiles as he catches your eye. Can he see you?
I welcome
The potion not a vendor item. Recall seeing them wondering why you want buy one. Are they in vendors?
So merry be and
if they do replenish, then I should buy some of those.
I break people into the hells. That's my thing.
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
I'm persuasive. So the vendor is the ball dragon? Yep. I'm gonna ask Kalsik and summons a long Society of Brilliant Skith on my list to fight. Oh, add. I see. Thanks for reminding me.
There are gauntlets
that
of
typo.
giant strength within the House of Hope.
I could use... We could try to have Halsik help me with Orin on this run.
Deal?
I'm just trying to think of how I would get her in there safely. Drag her along. Yeah, I can fast travel abduct her to the Temple of Baal waypoint. Then I guess I could dimension door her. Or improvise melee weapon her down the bridge. She's an ally, so I could just telekinesis her, couldn't I? So I wouldn't want her to no longer be an ally. Food for thought.
Fight.
I want that hat too. Can wait. Featherfall first. Does that stop telekinesis damage?
I strongly suggest that you reconsider this course of action. Whatever you expect to gain from the Hells is not worth the risk of traveling there uninvited.
I don't know, just figured it'd be fall damage. Worth looking into. Guess who still didn't memorize this? The Emperor Note Twitch etiquette. Why is he vaccinated? I mean, he knows. He's just an asshole. Hey, I did memorize it. I just had the diamond and the incense backward. Don't have any darkness arrows. Let me correct that first. Sorry, doing runs where I just get stuck in everyone. I don't know what you mean. It sounds like you're just mindlessly attacking everyone the first time you meet them, which is a great way to not see most of the game. But like, do what's fun.
Need something for defense? Or maybe offense?
You are missing out on fights by just murder hoboing people immediately. Gotta let it cook. Tactical murder. Enlightened murder, even. I saw like 98% of content. And weren't there just like 5 fights listed that you'd never done? I would never make the assertion that you've seen 98% of a game this big.
Anyway.
I wouldn't say that about myself either. You do not know what you do not know, after all, right? Now we go into the house. Doing this for free until a little Monka, but it'll be fine, surely. That's what I actually should have done there. Save. Let's go in. Oh, it's a sage inspiration just to go into the House of Hope. Lol. Ah, look at the combat log. Stroudimer, look it.
The Emperor is silenced.
As the figure flickers and starts to the figure.
But yeah. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet.
Ever seen that?
And very
Yeah, the way it works is
clever.
Raphael and Yurgir are in the room with me, and Corilla are in this room right now. You just can't interact with them or anything, and they're invisible, but they're here. As soon as you go into the House of Hope for the first time, Raphael, and actually Corilla might not be in this room. She might be in the archive, depending on choices. As soon as you go in here, Raphael and Yurgir are placed in this room. Have a fantastic option here. I guess we go with Wizard. Hiding NPCs with flags is pretty classic game design. Like all the assets on the fly when something may go wrong, you have several chances to correct it here.
Remember,
I must.
quiet as a mouse. But I like you. Can you save me? But
the wrath.
Away them into combat? No, you can't do anything to interact with them just yet. block spell slot back. Excuse me. We'll find this out in the code. I'm sure it can be easily verified. Mustard can look into it. But no, I just know that mechanically because that's when Raphael is no longer beat to shit if you beat him up in Act 1. That's when they switch him out. He hangs out in Sharessa's Caress until you come here. And we just saw in the combat log, when I first walked in here, Yurgir was resurrected. So. Much like the Naked Tab room, Act 3 has a teleport room, the NPCs are healed swapped. That came into play in the speed run. I don't know if they still use that strat, but go Raphael and Act 1 what happens here. You can't kill him. Only thing you can do is knock him out. He does not die.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the
Those only die for
secrets
real
of
in
its
their home plane.
master.
Well, you can kill Mizora. You're just not supposed to be able to. But you can kill Mizora.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the
He's only 1
secrets of
XP.
its master.
Worth. One Marina worth you say. Still bugs me that Marina isn't 2 XP. Close thing to say. Then I'm an optimizer. These things are important.
The coward's root. My robes will get dirty. With ease.
That lobby room you can't see, but I spawn in. Yurgir throws me around like pizza dough till initiative starts. Is that why he's breathing so heavy here too? Makes sense.
Easy enough.
Waiting for the September patch when they silently add pressure plates to that room. Wouldn't put it past them.
You look positively Shh. Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak softly. You know how this goes.
Next game. I guess that use of Charm Person just didn't. Huh. Okay. not actually sure.
You hesitate and hope vanishes from sight.
So how can I get the info about Beryllius Receptor now? I think that's a passive, what, insight check?
Always read the fine.
Insight for reading the schedule and then detect thoughts. Otherwise you're going the long way in. I haven't had to do that in so long. I guess I don't need boudoir access right now. That's all I was here for. Losing all my inspiration sucks. But oh well.
This place is all entrances and no
Guess this front of house may change the DC. Where?
Rest your weary soul.
There's. Like, you can see Beryllius Receptors on the list, but I don't know if it actually has an effect. Not my problem right now. Okay, we got out without triggering a crime response, which was the goal. I guess I need to do the circus fight, because I need Lucretius to be standing somewhere where I can, purchase short rest potions. Do I really want ballists critting me? And doppelgangers? Ugh. Common car like W area, though. Yeah, she just gets it for free. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be questionable. I guess a long rest potion wouldn't be unreasonable here. I'll use a short rest one. Yeah, I need to go do the circus fight so that I can just trade with Lucretius with a little less hassle. Will be fighting me. Don't think I want a surprise round. Don't really care to pack weapon my Dellar Mars. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna be dead last in the turn order because -1 initiative. But I can't be knocked prone. If they crit me, they are gonna have a real bad time. I maybe won't shuffle in reserve here.
That's why we need to walk just a little more.
Elminster's not around, so might as well. Let's explore.
Well, it's the right thing to do, isn't it?
He doesn't look too good. I think he looks fine.
Ring of Regen's at the beginning of my turn, so I will need to heal before the fight, because it won't be my turn for a while.
He's not getting maybe we should stand the test.
Or I could just start with Blade Ward. Yeah, actually, I know exactly how I want to do this. Oh yeah, he used that, right.
A word.
That's all the prep I want to do for this. Sorcery 6 dog for meal, and then fuck that. Now Arcane Gamer, dual wielding 2-pronged swords. Whatever's fun. I know nothing about either, so can't really comment. I'm just thinking if there's anything I can do with my action here that helps me. Max Ward. Yeah, I guess if I had like lightning charge gloves, throwing something at someone to get lightning charges that way would be an option because I have extra attack, so I could then still do something else. But let's do this.
Did you hear about you? Now, up before I.
I'm spitting on you, dude. Was that yesterday? Yeah. What sword is that?
Here comes the punchline.
Nice 3 damage.
I die at a circus.
There's my Blade Ward. Panic Overload. Bye. you. Saved, so I didn't get the -5. Ooh. Hit me. I'm just mowing down the civilians, okay. There we go. And I don't want the dino to die yet. Hit me.
Oh.
Hey, I got the spit.
Another shapeshifter who won't be getting an encore.
There we go. How I don't want a long rest. Fuck. If I went and got my dexterity cursed at the Mirror of Loss, I would have 1 AC right now.
I thought the Absolute wouldn't dare set foot in my circus. To use such a woeful Dribbles impersonator. If that's your... But I need him back. And I'll shower the person... find my Dribbles. Good luck.
So, Spellbind Gloves from Lucretius? Maybe. But I can buy short rest potions there now. Pretty simply. Say dry 2 spit comes off with water. Yeah. That's a problem, because I want to...
Clown. Yes!
I've used some wet for Fire Shield and Agathis. We'll see how things go. I have 3 short rest potions. So there's the sleep potions in the sewer. Actually, will Lae'zel even get taken? Because, like, I'm romancing Minthara, but I never talked with Lae'zel after that, so I don't know if the game considers Gale and Lae'zel broken up right now. It could be Halsin. It'll be between those 3. Need some inspiration. Do I? Actually? I don't think I do. I'm sorry, I'm thinking. See if,
The librarian does this thing with a whip, Your Honor.
see if Horse has sleep potions.
Let's get to comms. Zila Sendel.
Hello again, sir. Everything alchemical from potions to poisons. Just do make sure you
Other
read
stuff
the
I like.
label before quaffing. Hmm?
Do we know if anything in the Cazador arena has anything that ignores Sanctuary? Like, is Cazador willing to call lightning, for example, on a Sanctuary person? And does Eyebite target through Sanctuary? Hope you roll really high in initiative. That's a problem we're gonna need to solve. Yeah. Because I need, what, 14? He's got 20 decks and alert. So yeah, I'm gonna need plus 14. Means a couple turns of gear swapping, more likely than not. If I put on All Rider Longbow, X Gloves, Elixir of Vigilance, that gets me there. Hey Soho, how are you? How'd rest of the stream go? What you doing? Planning the Cazador fight. So we've discovered some things which have led me to the incredibly bad idea of the way we're gonna deal with Cazador is we're gonna take a nap during the fight. 4 AC is nice. Feign Death? No, that'll drop aggro. I'm gonna drink a short rest potion. Or sleep potion. I ran out of sleep potions though, so short rest potions. But I could drink paralytic poison as well, but that scares me. I don't want full spell slots. I can only use that to refill my warlock slots. See, you're cooking. The Orthon bomb, slate explosion, go to sleep, start fight. What would the explosion do? And also, no, I don't. Use any of the long rest pots? No, I still have 2 of those.
Give up a kidney for a tour of the
And there's,
foundry.
what, 2 more in the House of Hope? 1 more somewhere I'm not accounting for. Yeah, I never really use them either, Mustard. I still have a fight to do before we actually get to Cazador, so let me not get ahead of myself. I gotta do that fight first. Werewolves there that are physical immune.
Did you see how far that was?
Use them to Drake Throat, glaive multiple weapons if I don't have House of Hope anymore. That's it though. Yeah, that's a pretty good use. In the Slayer form run, I liked them because they gave me Slayer back in the very rare situation where I absolutely needed to get it back immediately. Are you looking for a way to sleep as fast as possible? No, no. The idea is I go to sleep and everyone hits me. What did I just get 1 XP from?
Lots of talk about the brilliant future of Baldur's Gate, city of steel and justice.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of Baldur's Gate, city of crime and chaos?
No, he mostly avoids that topic.
I don't know what I just got XP from. Alrighty.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke
So I witnessed the dancing lights. Because you're a good boy? Aw. Yeah, I've decided if I'm doing this forcing enemies to crit me thing, if I get killed doing it, we'll just keep going because I want to keep cooking this. I want to see the limits of where this can go. So I'm not going to be able to Psionic Overload or Hex because I will be asleep, and this will make me take damage and wake me up as well.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
I don't think I'll go to sleep for this fight. I not?
It's a gnome's life for me.
The door. Looking closer, the ring slot.
No honor amongst us.
I don't think I need to lower my AC any further. I think this should do it. Need to do much here. I guess I'll kill some bats. Excuse me.
Most excellent.
Thinking about hexing here. So, reckless attack to give you advantage. Fine. I'm willing to attack me, too tanky. how they casually stroll to attack. It's kind of funny. I think I wish they would add a sparring mode in camping to spare with builds control with yourself. Star and whatever, trying out gear, slapping each other around on the fence, just that. Some kind of testing mode would be nice. You're supposed to be catching up to me. So maybe I don't need to win initiative. Maybe I go in with Sanctuary. Circle of mental anguish. How can I get them to fail? What kind of save is Hellish Rebuke? Dex save. Nope. Ask a soul perception it is. Do I have proficiency in wisdom saving throws? I don't. Element of autonomy. Or try to do it myself, end up aggroing everyone, reluctantly have to murder Halcyon again. But put them both in your party. You know, your character and the person you want to spar against in your party. You control both of them. Shouldn't spill over as long as you're not hitting anyone else. Obviously it's not a combat, so it's simulated, but it's an option. Okay. I forgot there was a step in between. Yeah, I got ahead of myself. That's fine. I have one more. I don't think this gives the shadow spell slot back. Yeah, it doesn't.
There are some scuffs to show.
Your desire? Let's explore.
here's where we are doing
like
the
the Lord of the
most
Rings.
fucked up Cazador strat I've seen.
Please.
I want to have universal resistance. I'll put on the sparkle hands too. It'd be terrible. I think I just wrote Dark Decision Helmet, actually. Okay, so what are the preparations I need to make? Elixir of Universal Resistance, Fire Shield. Should be it. Not Sanctuary.
Has he sent you here to parley on his...
Have advantage. It's the same cloud, so I won't have to roll again. As long as I succeed on the roll on my turn, it's fine. I probably want Shatterteeth dead before I do this. Maybe it'll be fine. Bro's got a lot of HP. I need to break my sanctuary and then go to sleep. Just Eldritch Blast you. Here's what I do. Crit the ground, apparently. No, my corrosive spit. It's fine. So dumb. Alright, it's out of my hands now. Is anyone gonna attack me? Maybe a bat will. That would be unfortunate. Light. So he'll wake me up with that. The honk shoe. Inverse the Quag game for this run. Does holy water get a Cazador out of that? Try, I suppose. Might actually just blinded by the aura. Who crit me? Ah, yeah, Chatterteeth crit me. Took 86 cold damage. Yeah, that'll do it. Equip that. I'm wet. Hurt. Use the Helldusk boots to auto-succeed that. I don't think I've seen you in a boss fight with so few buffs before. A little wet for a turn. When you crit me. Is it the bat? Why did my order of nature try to hit me? Weird. can thin enough of these ads and get Cazador in his melee mode, I can start doing the nap thing again. Like, he does still have spell slots. Lightning charges. Pot. Raspberry clock. Enough. Big hit. Huge. Broke his concentration. Look how much damage he took from that. If he crits me, he's gonna get fucked up. Dead. That's why I should hold it. It's wet. Point. There's the crit. I'm nauseous, that's a problem. Okay, his concentration's broken now. Let's get a big heal. These stinking clouds are bothersome. That's fine. What are you gonna do? Not dash. Cool. This movement's kind of trash. I'll be lethargic next turn.
Certainly.
You go prone from that. What? Make you go prone. There's a universal resistance, 3 on fire shield. I don't think I sweep hot cycle. Get a big heal in. Nice. Stand here. I need to use a haste spore grenade. I didn't check to see if I actually have any. A nice crit. He lost his condition. Or... No. Broke his own concentration. Okay, so this is my last turn of Fire Shield. Means I need to re-up that. I don't have any haste spores. I'll need to take a turn now to get Fire Shield. I have scrolls. That's enjoying a popsicle. Really want him healing yet, but I don't universal resistance yet. It's interesting that this blinded condition. Right now, I'm not actually blinded, I'm just doing the animation. No, I am actually blinded. This overrides Devil's Sight. Kind of interesting. How much do I want to holy water him? I think instead I fly over here. Get up magical awareness. You just didn't do anything. Okay. Sure, man. Yes. Ah, okay. How about this? Keep universal resistance going. A little bit extra damage. More of my Agathis here, but that's fine. Maybe the opportunity attack me. No, he won't. I may need to switch to Blood of Lathander just so he stops doing this. Did I remember to bring Blood of Lathander? I totally didn't. It adds a layer. This will be slow. also don't have a huge amount of holy water. Yeah, that knocks him prone for some reason. No mimic that has Blood Lathander for you. Can't opportunity attack me because he's blinded. Let's push him. Holy water again. Yeah. Hitting him with holy water and his gaseous form just knocks him prone. Weird. Image. Perfect. Now he's in his melee mode. Need to get Agathis back. A speed pot? Is that my last holy water? Yeah, the holy water didn't hit him this time, so he didn't go prone, but this shuts off his healing for a turn. For that, because I still get lightning charges even on a miss. I'm back in the range. Grab that. I still have all my resists. This back. Here. See what we do. Just going back into it. I mean, you're gonna die to Order of Nature, man. You got another play? He won't be wet anymore. Got him, he's prone. Good Psionic Overload? I still have Resonance Stone on me. Not away. Doesn't work on him anyway. Like, I wanted to sleep, but he's not quite receptive to it. Where else can I do the sleep thing? I mean, Orin, once I take out all the ads. maybe. No, Rona, I didn't go get it. Clearly I'm fine, but... So I can use an action to re-equip something now. I don't want to rage. Okay, come hit me. He doesn't want to. I think it's the arcane word. He just doesn't want to hit me. At 5 turns, universal resist. What does this aura do? Cazador. Cook. He just let it happen. he just let it happen. Alright. Cool, man. Bro just let me take a nap and get all my spell slots back. In his face. You didn't want it very bad. Honor mode is hard if you just... and it's not easy. I tried. I tried to do the nap strats. I literally took 3 separate naps in this fight. And one of them, they just let me get my spell slots back. Alright. Let's go get a starring. What if the AI is straight up less hostile on purpose when you're sleeping, which would be weird, but okay. I know a lot of things will try to use the push action on you while you're asleep to wake you up, which doesn't damage you. That's why I have Helldusk boots on, so they can't do that. I was hoping they would switch their priority to attacking. But Cazador just seemed very unwilling to attack me while I was asleep. It could have been the Arcane Ward. Because Arcane Ward in combination with Resistance could have been telling him that his basic damage die would never be able to hurt me. And if you have that much reduction, then most things won't attack you. So it's entirely possible I needed to have no Arcane Ward at all. But I'm pretty sure there was a couple turns where I didn't have Arcane Ward, and he still just didn't attack me.
quite worthless with a tired mind.
Oh yeah, I have no
Sleep
inspo, so if I can't convince Astarion not to do the ritual here... I think I have to kill him.
Yes.
Leave? Let's see. Sage Inspos in Act 3. Ask to join the Society of Brilliance. How Raj's blood experiments are going. Oh, I forgot to do that. Actually.
My pleasure.
Sorry, wait.
Yes. It's...
I did not have Callous Glow on for this because... Too many instances of damage and a Raj will get mad at me.
Have you got anything I can use to bring it back?
So we'll get update on Araj's situation. That'll be one. Who do I talk to ask to join the society?
Just one go, please.
Hot, hot, hot. Forgive the fire and brimstone. Your blood is far more volatile than I'd anticipated.
I guess I just... get that. Cool. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back.
If you'd come inside, yes.
May it please, Mistra.
What's that?
And now that you're here,
Don't aggro when this hurts you.
unstable in the face of such explosive power.
This is incredible. I'm seeing stars. All it needs, certainly not. But I'll only ask. You really are a fine collaborator. Until next. Imagine the look on Molds' face.
This again. Nimble fingers. Ill intent.
That's one inspo. And explosive blood now. Look at the list again. Defeating Leroican is one. Find Helm of Baldur. Oh, that's an easy one. I don't want to change maps though, right now. Let yourself be scanned by a steel watcher. Hey, Chauffeur, how you doing? Mr. Glenn, how are you? Yeah, we just beat up Cazador. I tried to take a nap to get him to crit me, but he refused to attack me while I was asleep, so he just let me get all my spell slots back during the fight. It was, It was meh. Alright, well, let's hope. Let's hope that Astarion tells the dice to be kind. For his own sake.
The path less traveled with Silver Tongue.
Need something?
Probably try the Sleep Shroud on Sarabok. Maybe on Answer. Maybe on Answer. That'll do pretty big damage, actually. Because he'll do a multi-attack, right?
Ready and
What in the hells? I never knew any of this was here.
Approaching the cells, you're met with hollow-eyed.
But it can't be.
You can't. You can't.
Still disadvantage on perception. Oh, because I didn't equip. Alright, long ago I equipped Spell Thief.
Well, you clearly want to say something. You're right. But you're...
Salutation.
Let's see how this goes.
Let's have a peek inside.
Only shirtless.
Get over here.
We can do this.
complete the ritual, think of the power I'll have. With me by your side, we can save the city.
41. Oh, okay. I was persuasive.
But what does that mean for us?
Cazador's staff controlled everything.
After all these years,
So I guess woe is kind of interesting, actually. We finally found a use for it. When doing the Ironvine Shillelagh stuff, I can use this, and then if I Hellish Rebuke someone and they fail to save, I should get a heal. That didn't trigger Automod. Maybe it's learning. Also the question of if Rhapsody is worth it on this build. I'm thinking it's not, because it'll also increase the damage that Psionic Overload and Hellcrawler do to me. And I don't want that. It'll be flat 3 on fucking everything else, though. We'll see. We'll see. Beer. I also had an idea for Leroican. I think I want to start a combat with him where I don't get a surprise round, but I do beat him in the initiative. And then force him to opportunity attack me. He's got a lot of elemental immunities, though. Does he have cold? Pretty sure he has fire, lightning immunity. It makes sense if cold was the other one. Keep thinking about it. Oh yeah, ring of reaction, though. So if I let the GIF under the elf song hold person me, how scared am I in this build? Like, I should maybe be scared. But how scared do I have to be? They'll die before I do. Temp HP worth. Like, I'll have Universal Resistance active if I'm doing that. I'll have my Arcane Ward reduction. Got my Bone Spike Garb reduction. They'll be taking damage each time they hit me, and the crits, like, they'll be adding, assuming I was running triple dollar Mars, they'll be adding 21 damage to Fire Shield, Agathis, Bone Spike Garb, and Flesh Melter Cloak, each individually. So they'll be doing like minimum 90 damage to themselves each time they hit me. Assuming melee. like that idea. It's so scary though. I've lost an honor mode run there before to hold person when I didn't want it to happen. You know? Time to overcome the fear. Maybe it is. Maybe you're right. One on armor defense active right now. So I need to wear something armored. Guess Holy Lance, just to lower the AC. I'll have to think on that further. It's always amusing to me, the visual representation of how bad human vision is in this game. They can only see that far.
They were. You'll.
Holy cow, this build a critical kill, that'd be very poetic. No, we didn't have the knowledge at the time. Also, I'd probably still die at that point in the game. I didn't know that, well, I mean, I guess I did kind of know that Fire Shield would double up. We don't have Dollar Amaris in Act 2, is the thing.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? It's...
So I'm able to add 21 flat to each of the amateur torts I'm doing. Of one universal resistance. This is stupid. Should not be doing this. All of my instincts telling me that my run is going to end by doing this. You know what's more important than that? Science. Dying for content. I like content. Let's get some Arcane Ward going, though.
On the other side, you'll find a passage known only to those
So
invited.
we're going into this knowing that like this entire room has hold person, and I'm going in without protection from that. Some of them are archers, so that's gonna hurt. Going in raw.
Get Yankee. Blacketh has found us. Get him quickly.
We'll be ready. In the meantime, tear every brick out. What a pleasant... Hear you. Of course you had help, didn't...
The dice roll in my favor.
Go with that whole person, baby. There it is. Get me. Okay, here we go. I'm also letting more get spawn in. That's a choice. I'm unsure if they'll actually attack me. They might still not see damage. Archer should. Oh no! I took 12 damage. See, the archer's hurt. Oh, no, repair those. Yeah, I'll hold should be cute. This is such a stupid call. I'm already kind of regretting this. Because they can still just re-hold person, man. That would, not be nice. Like that? Oh, okay. I saved. Oh. I did not save on that one. On us. Hey, I see it. More gifts, sure. Of course they're archers. I've never let this many spawn, ever. Nice shovel. shovel. This was maybe more of an Iron Mine fight, so the archers would be damaging themselves. They out of hold person uses? I don't think they are. Maybe they are. They might actually be. I'm getting a turn, so cool. Up. 4 turns left on Universal Resistance. The question is, how confident am I in ending that? Ending this in those 4 turns. I think I speed pot. You hit me. Here. You hit me. Unstable blood, baby. You can react. Think number off mid-combat actually optimals as being me. Oh, no. It refreshes the cooldown on free cast. So, as long as I have an item I can unequip, I can use that to just get another spell slot functionally. And the reason why I still think that's fun, despite it being obviously very abusable, is because in the fight, in the Cazador fight, it eventually became tactical. It's like, okay, what can I take off, and what can I not? And is the trade-off of no longer having this item active worth it? It was cool. So I'm doing it because I think it's fun. Otherwise, I would be using Sanctuary and short rest pots, and fights would just take like 4 turns longer every fight for the same result. Roughly. Debating what I want to do here. I want a reckless attack, but I also don't really want the archers hitting me that much. I know. I have double sight. Soaking damage for me. Should left the wood top one. I'll do that. Start. I like those 3 being grouped up there. I can move that candelabra that's there, so that my unstable blood does the thing. 3 turns of universal resistance. There were some crits there. Alright, let's look at that. Alright, this one crit me. Yeah, took 41 from Agathis. No wet, by the way. 37 from Fire Shield. No wet, by the way. You're burning from my blood, so you're dead. You're not quite there yet. This might be the strongest build I've ever played. It's, pretty absurd. I'll drink a healing potion here. And maybe I rage next turn? No, I'll probably rage after my, flip armor. Archer critting me was annoying. I need to get my Agathis back now. Right there. Beautiful. Shoes. Second Psionic Overload as well. Just do that. And let's rage. Give me AC. If they miss because of that, I'm gonna be very annoyed. Oh no, they're all dead. Okay. Oh.
Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon. Now search the room. There's a statue that conceals the way through. I'll reveal it to you.
You were scared. The whole person is clearly a shit spell. Uh-huh. Absolutely. You know a build's stupid when you, want to not run Ring of Free Action. Like, you can see the condition ended here because the game decided they were all dead before the damage happened. It did shit in the wrong order in the combat log. Yeah, we had Unstable Blood Surface turning into Explosion because I was standing next to that. You weaponize the combat hand axe on this? Ooh. Yes. Yes, I can. Thing is, I would have to... Like, it's gonna equip when I throw it. And unless I take Dual Wielder, then that means no Dollar Maris at all. If I have Dual Wielder, then it's one fewer.
come in handy.
These boots are really good. They don't seem good, because they don't work how they say they do. And they don't work on illicit flight. But if you, say, use the flight from these boots, or the flight from the Helldusk armor, or from a scroll, or from a potion, or from... is it 11 Storm Sorcerer? There's some kind of sorcerer gets it at 11. Any version that is explicitly just called fly, then you get this. And you can fly between every attack, as long as you have the movement. And it applies to, things that are, like, piggybacking on that attack. So, smites. Greater Flesh Gloves. Divine Strike. And obviously it's psychic damage, so Resonant Stone. Go burr.
Color me curious.
That reminds me, I should grab Resonant Stone. I forgot to pick it back up.
In for a surprise?
After Cazador. Isn't a light weapon anyway, it's like a hand axe. Oh yeah, if it is a light weapon, I guess I was thinking it was one of the bigger axes. Oh, if it's a light weapon, then yeah, just one less Dollar Amaris. It's less of a big deal. And if you're playing around, you know, the average rather than the crits, it's fine. Yeah, I like it. We'll try to get comeback hand axe. I'll trade. Actually fail this. This is one of the most annoying perception checks to fail. Because you just... you get screwed. I think it's in bomb range. I think I could bomb the button on the other side. But it's so stupid. Because, like, you know it's there because the Emperor told you it's there, but you don't know it's there. Yeah, I don't even want to work Rig of Reaction anymore. If I get paralyzed, okay. Sure. There's only one more fight where we really get value out of Oak Father's Embrace. I guess two. I could do the graveyard fight, but like that's optional. Meh, it's easy. Mystic Carrions, whole area. I guess Ancient Lair. Oak Father's Embrace also goes hard. I'm gonna want... I have advantage on Constitution from Amulet of Greater Health. What do my con saves look like? Because I would want Protection from Evil and Good, and then I Reckless Attack, so that they go back to neutral on their attacks against me. And Protection from Evil and Good would also be giving me Fear immunity from the mummies. So I'd fly around the room making everyone punch me. In the Ancient Lair. I have plus 10 to con saves right now? Right. Just a flat plus 10 from Greater Health plus Proficiency. Having plus 8 in your con saves is just a good thing to have in build crafting in general. I know a lot of players really like the comfort of Constitution save proficiency, and 4 towards that goal is very good, obviously. But all you really ever need is 8. Because a majority of concentration checks you're going to be making are DC 10. You fail on a 1 anyway. So you just want to make a 2 or better a success. So you only need plus 8. You probably want advantage if you can get it reasonably, but you only really need plus 8. You could get there with, like, let's say you didn't have proficiency or greater health. Helm of Baldurin, Blessed Statue, Heroism Elixir. The RNG, but it gets you most of the way there. Absolute's Warboard's another one. Ring of Protection's another one. Cloak of Protection's another one. You can get pretty close to that. And then that's still without your Constitution modifier. If you had like a +3 to your Con modifier, then you're good. Okay, we can talk to Mistra now. I'm planning on doing God Gale this run. AKA the good end.
Just to the me. How many times have you dreamed of this moment?
Gale of Waterdeep.
Okay, listen, Rogue.
You look well.
Like from Cyberpunk. Also, Celine from Eternal. I don't recall the actor's name, but they're great. You look well.
I did not come here to suffer a mortal's admonitions. Certainly not yours. I've been watching your journey. You discovered what lies at the heart of the Absolute. The crown of Karsus.
My life isn't yours to throw away. You had no right to ask that of me.
You were my lover. My chosen. I hoped hindsight would help you see what you could not perceive before. Do you understand why I severed our connection?
You were threatened. You realized you couldn't control me.
You were many things to me, but never a threat. And never a savior. The fragment of magic you tried to return to me was not of my creation. It is. You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence.
I like how much you could cook her as Gale here.
Of preserving yourself.
You're one to talk. How many innocents were you prepared to sacrifice if I detonated the orb?
Such eddies are unexceptional. Souls arrive and depart your plane with every tide. In circumstances.
She tells you, but think about the greater good. And you're like, yeah, you think about the greater good. And she just immediately goes, nah.
To cause a ripple. And that is what is at the
I hate Mistra.
If you perform this service, and I will see you cured, you will be forgiven. Crown yourself, Gale Decarius, if it does not crush.
Fuck. Like, you can point out the massive number of casualties from the orb detonation, and she straight up says that doesn't matter.
You've come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
This is why Gale being a god is good. Because anything Mistra wants is probably bad, and Mistra doesn't want that, so by the transitive property, Gale God good. I'm mostly joking when I say that. But not completely. Now that I have another Elixir of Universal Resistance, we could probably handle Ancient Lair. I'm still not sure who Orin is taking. It will be either Lae'zel or Halsin, because I'm Gale, so it can't be Gale. Romancing Minthara. I don't know if the game is considering Gale as romancing Lae'zel right now. because I never talked to her. Fire shield scrolls am I up to now? 5. Don't need to panic cast another one. Arcane recovery charge to get back a first level. Bolstering magic to get another one. Bolstering magic level 2 will only work if I'm missing a warlock spell slot. Give Resonant Stone to Chihira. That back. Mirror of Loss for +3 Charisma would be sensible. Bishop doesn't get what she wants. Good Gale becoming a morally gray god whilst not understanding what that can cause. Not so good. Yeah, because, like, Gale fed by his worst impulses is like the worst case scenario power hungry wizard. And that's why Gale fits in evil parties too. He's a nuanced character. I really like Gale. Especially Origin Gale. I think it's one of the most interesting ways to consume the story of the game. I think if you're looking for, like, the most complete version of the story, you would probably be looking at, like, assuming you were playing multiplayer the whole time and everyone shared cutscenes so everyone got to see everything. It'd be a party of Dark Urge, Gale, Shadowheart, Karlach. Because Karlach has voiced internal monologues and extra Gortash dialogue. And has a personal investment with Raphael and stuff. Will still be involved in the Karlach story. Gale has all the stuff with Mishra and the Crown. And the Shadow Weave, which is associated with Shar. And you've got Shadowheart for all the Shar stuff. Shar will directly talk into Shadowheart's mind at a couple points, but only if you are Avatar Shadowheart. You can't hear it until her Act 3 stuff. Well, until end of Act 2, and then her Act 3 stuff, if you are not Shadowheart. And then, of course, Dirge. All the Dirge stuff. That's, like, the most complete version of the story. Unfortunately, Lae'zel, Will, Astarion are just kind of passengers in the story. Will's entire storyline happens without him. Astarion's storyline isn't connected to the main storyline in any way. And Lae'zel should have more impact on the story, but she doesn't. It's weird. It's kind of like they forgot about her with everything with the Githyanki. There's like a little bit of different dialogue with Voss, a little bit with Vlaakith. I don't think there's even any different Orpheus dialogue until after the brain. It's very weird. So they need to let the story still happen even if you kill them off or miss them. Well, what I'm getting at, Rando, is that you do miss out on context and information without Dirge. Like, the whole plot of why the plot of the game is happening, that is stuff that Dirge and Gortash did together before the events of the game. And you do not get full context if you don't have Dirge. Like, the Brain and Gortash each will have lots of additional dialogue. And then, of course, there's the whole Ball angle on top of that. That's something that doesn't happen if Dirge isn't there. Karlach's voiced inner monologues, you never get those if you don't have an avatar Karlach. Like, she's very casual about soul coin use, for example. Companion Karlach. Avatar Karlach has an internal crisis about it. And they're presented very differently. You have much less control over Gale's dialogue with Mystra if you are not Gale. Char's inner conflict about Char are the same. Yeah, what Pac-Man said. But if you look at Will, it's more... It's less of his story changes, and it's more like you get to decide whether he fucks or not. Whether he's evil or not. That's it. That's all you get. With Lae'zel, she is no different than Tav. A Githyanki Tav is like 99% the same as Lae'zel. There are some differences, but not many. Will is just another Tav. Basically, Lae'zel and Will are just Tav plus. Which is funny, because Dirge is the one that you would think would be Tav plus, but no. Who was Orin this time? Other Orin. Let's see who Orin is this time. If it's Lae'zel, that kind of works out. The Lae's the Blackest Long Rest event. It is Lae'zel.
It's too late for me, but no, I'm done for. I will.
Look at... Hush, hush. The murder lord demands... You are...
Or accept, and you must kill.
The...
Oh, my money. Plus, you don't play Will Origin, you get to hear and look at him more. That's true. Much like everyone else, Will is a Baldur's Gate 3 character, and that does automatically mean that he's hot. You're correct there. Your romance with Zora as well? Yeah. There is lots of custom dialogue there for both Will and Karlach. Mizora is super into it if you're Karlach. Like, super into it. She wants Karlach bad. Yeah, stun me. Thank you. Can I choose health of a damage type? I don't think so. At me. They know they can't damage me. So stunning gaze doesn't do anything. Alright. Well, I need to get rid of your unstoppable, so... Oh yeah, you have Sentinel. Hey, they'll shoot me now. Yeah, Bartek. That goes the run. It goes very well. Yeah, we beat up Cazador. We're bullying the game with 9 AC, and I'm making enemies crit us. This would be where a disarm would go very hard. You know, Battlemaster Fighter would be an okay option in this build. I know, he said it, it's crazy, but specifically so that I can disarm with a ranged attack. I could then give up no gear slots and disarm with my bow. Or Fear Scroll. Ooh, Fear Scroll. Do I have one? I always forget about Fear. I don't. Fear would be good for that. That's true. Especially with Resonance Stone. I should get a Fear Scroll and learn that. Good call, Trey. Oh yeah, I forgot to kill Gandrel again. I keep accidentally making this happen at this point.
My children. My sweet ones. What have they done to you?
I'm hungry, Father. I'm so hungry.
It hurts, Father. The hunger. It never stops.
Please, do you know of anything that can be done?
Tell me your bow? No, I don't know of anything though. Feed on animals, the best you can do.
I've been fighting it, but I think you're right.
Yeah, can we send these kids after the cult? Look at their fucking stats. 106 HP, 18 AC. Look at these resists. Vampire regeneration. Like... These kids are stronger than players.
That might be worth a look.
Conjure element.
I can do that.
Check out the stone.
No. Bye. I kind of want the cloak from the grease guy fight. I don't want fire resist for that. Oh, Fire Shield Chill does that. Goated. I always forget.
Cousin says we will
attack. I didn't know the grease methods could summon methods. Maybe I did. Maybe I just forgot. Summons a magma method. Cool combo. Fire immunity. But this is a very well put together fight. Level 2 on my Agathis. Maybe I need to spend my first turn refreshing them. We'll see. Yeah, and someone remind me after this fight to go check Roland for a Fierce Roll. I want to scribe one, and if he has 2, I'll have one for use as well. Getting wet would be smart. I don't have any water. That's silly of me. Can't change prep spells in combat. I could have passed from a cleric spell slot, but don't ever prepared. Okay. No water. Resistance elixir would give me burning immunity. Maybe. I don't think that's worth. Well, since I'm already on fire, I can step on the fire surface. No problem. Magical awareness. Not really worried about failing save on this guy though. Attacks him. But I think doesn't really matter. Maggie ruined their own day. Yep. That's I've been playing this run. It's a lot of fun. If they crit me, they really have their day ruined. Thanks to these items. These 3. This is the rare build where you want to be crit. I'm not running crit protection. They have advantage on attacks because we reckless attack? Yes. That was the main inspiration for Barbarian on this setup. Getting reckless attack. And I was hoping that Wild Magic subclass would be better than it ended up being. But if I were to do this run again, I would not lock myself into Wild Magic Barbarian. I've never seen him do this. What does this do? Ignite the corpses of nearby grease elementals, resurrecting them as lava elementals. Just magma methods. If it was like actual lava elementals, that would be awesome. That would make this fight hard. What bar would you go? Probably Wild Heart. Bear Heart for resistance to everything except Psychic would be an obvious choice, but there's also Elk for movement, Tiger for melee AoE. So these Earth Elementals, see if those come back as Fire Elementals. Ooh, yeah. Fire Apply Bleed? Yes. Didn't even get through my temp HP. Wanted him to, actually. There we go. What I do with my bonus action that I really like to do? Mind Sanctuary is interesting here. Especially since I don't have, Awakened. I'm gonna try bullying this guy. He didn't get it. That's what I'm supposed to. I'll take it. You missed. You missed. Beautiful. Take my shoes off. Fourth level Agathis in. Chill here. Also, it'd be fun to play Poison Wiz. Seems like it takes forever to come online. It's very resource intensive. Because like Poison Spray is pretty rough as a cantrip. Level 6 you could get it online, so it always at least does something. But you're looking at always clicking like Chromatic Orb, Ray of Sickness. Ray of Sickness can do good damage. You invest into it, but it's always going to cost you a spell slot. Cloud Kill eventually. Cloud Kill's great. But yeah, it takes a bit. I need to check these resummon lava elements. Let's give Or XP. Finally, way to exploit XP just in time for Act 3. Went through that. Temp HP quick. Cool. I'll put this. Just get more. A reckless attack. See, they're attacking me with advantage. Yeah, this guy just has a fire shield that lasts forever. Wonder if getting him as an ally could be funny. But maybe he only does it once combat starts. I don't know if he has this out of combat. I don't know. Did he save? He did. Phase 2, if you will, of this fight. Pops a bunch of fire elementals at just degrees. He used that ability already and like nothing happened. I saw like a couple magma like methods, but Wizard Companion looked like him in BG2. I mean, maybe clothing-wise, and like having facial hair. Edwin doesn't really look like this guy, though, if you're talking about Edwin. It's a drow. He's half drow. He has sunlight sensitivity, which is weird. But yeah. I think I want to hit him. BC Drow should have that Larian, just didn't do that. Yeah. Sunbeam cause blindness on him. I mean, yeah, but Sunbeam will cause blindness on anyone. Sunlight sensitivity just means they do a bunch of stuff with disadvantage if there's actual daylight near them. So, Blood of Lathander has that aura. Apparently Nyrulna also counts as that, though I've not tested that. Casting the daylight spell. I want to try this cloak. I tried using daylight at the inn where Star and siblings are hanging out. That could be funny. I'm into the idea. Get it? Into the idea. Do you get it? Forget and ask, did I watch the D&D movie? Yeah, I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. Are they just unwilling to attack me? Blade Ward plus Arcane Ward is too good, man. There we go. Returns of fire shields. Put some undies on. Oh, wait. Huh? They hit me. My unstable blood hit the fire surface, which made the whole fire surface attributed to me, which burnt me, which made my flaming shroud burn me. Huh. Sure, man. This. Curious. Guess if I got Amulet of Elemental Torment, I could try that out with this. Maybe with reverb boots. I could spam apply the burning condition very quickly. Does that have to be the one in this area or any? I have not tried any others, but it's possible others could work. I maybe do want bone spike gloves on this run. Yeah, I think I do. What am I gonna deal with that guy? It'd be nice to loop the Strangler.
The penitent looks at you, sigh. There is the slightest flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes.
Armor of Moonbasking giving you that +1 DR does enhance my desire to play a Moon Druid. Yeah, I'm torn between ideas for the next run. It's either going to be Moon Druid or level 12 before the Shadowfell or level 1 Warlock. Pretty sure those are the three I'm bouncing between. Love that helm, it's so good. And the Toxic Monk as well. I haven't forgotten about the Toxic Monk, even though I just did. But yeah, I want to do the Toxic Monk. By Toxic Monk, I mean, like, theoretical 1,000+ damage per round monk. Not by jumping, by hitting things. I'll wait till Act 3 for Moon Druid to get there. Moon Druid can do some cool stuff before that. Trade's current run, he's bullying the game in a duo with Sabertooth Tiger. You get at what, level 8? Something like that. It's Panther Shape before that, which also looked pretty good. That's trying to eat me. Level 1 Warlock. Yeah, level 1's been done as Wizard and as Cleric. Both heavily restricted runs. I do think Warlock is doable. I think theoretically it's doable with any class. Some classes bring some significant things to the table, and I think Cleric and Wizard, especially Gale Wizard, are very high on that list. But Warlock has some good dialogue options. It's a charisma caster, which is very desirable in the game as a whole. Hex is a very good spell overall. And having Mortal Reminder active throughout the run could also be good, depending on strategies. Also, I like Warlock as a class, and I want to flex with it. Don't have to buy this right now. An Eldritch Blast. The thing with Eldritch Blast in the context of the level 1 run is that I would not be getting multiple beams. It's still 1d10 force damage, and you can still scale it up with Potent Robe. But no Invocations means no Agonizing Blast. And no leveling up means it never gets more than 1 beam. So Ray of Frost would be Repelling Blast either. I usually don't take Repelling Blast, but yeah, that is a pretty big part of Warlock's kit. Also low accuracy with no maybe whoosh mustard. Brain no worky me live 6 hours. It's playing like I'm 5. Base attack bonus, right, yeah. If doing cantrip stuff, I'd probably end up going Ray of Frost via Morning Frost. That's a run I want to play around with. If I end up not doing that as the next on-stream run, I'll probably start practicing off-stream. I have one short rest pot left. Level 1 cantrips. I suppose it's true that, yeah, this would never get up to 3d8. This would stay 1d8, so it'd be less base than Eldritch Blast in terms of ceiling. But, again, remember, no Agonizing Blast. Whereas for Ray of Frost, you could run Amulet of Elemental Augmentation, which is the effect of Agonizing Blast for elemental damage cantrips. So I'd get a higher floor on that. Also with easy access to vulnerability. So for this guy. I think I need to Hellfire Hand Crossbow. Those. I don't run a 4th level spell slot elixir. I need to run Vigilance for this. I think I'll use Fire Shield from a scroll. I have Blight Scrolls still. I'll go for a surprise round. 6 initiative, probably enough. To make sure I'm not in the danger zone. Oh, we'll put on Crushers, right? Actually, I don't want to get restrained here. A lot of them have Sentinel, don't they? Get for your scroll. Thank you. Let me do that. Much appreciated. The fact that Augmentation Necklace mentions thunder damage, context cantrip gives me conniptions. Yeah, it's annoying. Fight off Crusher's Toe, do you get his ring? No. You have to either steal it in the conversation with a sleight of hand check, or you have to loot it off his corpse.
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with.
Here. Fusion. I don't remember the icon for here, to be honest. One of these, like, blue on, or red on. Red on blue. That's fine. Back on another rest. The idea behind level 1 Warlock? I think it'd be fun and a cool challenge. That's it. Level 1 has been done as Wizard and Cleric, and I would like to expand the classes that have achieved that. My cat is malfunctioning, give me a second. You don't get the BRB screen, because this will be quick. Any idea what tools you'd use in combat? Hex. Ray of Frost from Morning Frost once I get it, like I said. Level 1 as Cleric's been routed, not done yet. Level 1 Cleric using bombs has been done. Level 1 as Cleric without bombs has not been done, but I do consider the run using bombs as a run that happened. I wouldn't be using multiple bomb explosions on my Warlock run, but... Headphones disconnected, must talk about Morning Frost. Yeah, with the conversation we're having about Eldritch Blast versus Ray of Frost, basically I would be using Morning Frost. A lot of the run. I'll check the bookseller.
I'd be a laughing stock with that lumbering round dog.
You and I both know that being
How can I help you?
Let's say the bomb run was dishonored, 90% sure. It was completed. It's been done segmented. Just needs to be done all together. I still consider that as something achieved. Obviously there's greater heights to reach, and I would want to complete the Warlock run deathless as well, but I'd probably run it with deaths and a counter. Whereas Third Monkey did it deathless on Wizard. That was deathless, right? Very much achievement is coming wrong. Yeah, no, I don't. You don't mean anything by it. Do I have Eyebite? Guess I have one. 2 Ice Storms. Meh, I don't want to spend my money. Or go play games on sale design for a while. Yeah, do the thing, Sora. Do the thing. I think I prefer Rhapsody here. Do I prefer Rhapsody here? No, I think I'll be okay. Multiple noble stock. If you give Dareth one, then she gets more every long rest.
If I must. Adventure awaits.
Where's this guy? On spike? Yeah. Thought he was up here.
The coward's root.
Oh no, he's over there. Right, okay. Yeah, he's over there. Or somewhere that shows you how many inspirations you have left. Right here. Between your camp supplies and your gold. Wasted a scroll. It's fine.
Yes, yes.
Thanks, you're welcome, Crypto. It's called Cruelty Squad. I haven't heard of it. Let me know how it is. Hope you find it enjoyable. There he is. What's your initiative? +5. Yeah, you can still end up ahead of me. Got unstoppable too. Apeldo's gone, right? That's fine. Yes, Sentinel. That's reversed. Save, which is unfortunate. What does Raphael refer to in Moonrise? What do you mean, Raphael and Moonrise? You don't... Raphael has nothing to do with Moonrise. Build's so cool. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That guy on the ledge with the bone bed. Yeah, that's not in Moonrise, but yes, both Raphael and your gear will explicitly tell you that that's who that is. You gotta read the dialogue or listen to it, or use your journal. It just tells you everything. This quest, kill Raphael's old enemy. Just read it. Alert. Let me turn base so I can think about how I want to handle this guy. +8. Way more initiative than me. Put on myself lately. It's better than the ER last night this morning. Take care of yourself. Video games are secondary. Your health is way more important. Take care of what you gotta take care of, and I hope your situation improves soon. Call Ironvine Shillelagh here. I'll call your cure fat. Yeah, I can just recast this even though I don't have a slot for it. I didn't realize that. Oh, yeah, I can play you. You're undead. How do you feel about psychic damage? %. You don't feel great about that. I want to use another ice storm. How'd you fucking miss? Oh, right, because I have all of the AC now. Whoops. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Honest mistake. Oh, I'm lethargic now. Right. I didn't account for that. How many turns do I have? He didn't start. He didn't start that. He's enchanting, yeah. Proper Strangler Luke's gloves. You missed it. Hate this position. If I go too far that way, those guys over there are gonna show up. Gonna... Guess I could just wait out a slow. I'll just Gale Barbar sound like he got half-heartedly scared. I've been gone for a bit. Do you remember Fear Scroll rolling? Yeah, he didn't have any in his inventory, but I did go check. I guess I lose my fire shields. Nice crit. Bro should have started chanting.
Certainly.
He did not want it. got DC 10'd.
That might be worth it, though.
Yeah. Bro rolled a nat 1. Save your gear, right? I don't really have many inspirations. Astronomer. It's not looking likely.
His doom, he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny.
Definitely not fighting Orin right now. Slicing short sword offhand Rhapsody honestly sounds pretty good. So I can reckless attack, always apply bleeding with this, and then Rhapsody will buff the damage roll on that. Thinking. Also thinking of how to deal with Orin. I probably Destructive Wave. I can't force them to attack me while they're chanting. Stupid question. Stupid. If you move into and out of Cloud of Daggers in a turn, can it affect you multiple times? Shouldn't be able to, because almost everything in the game has protections against that. I believe so? Okay, good. Disregard that. That could have been a stupid orange strat involving unstable blood. Go with Bone Spike Gloves, then I won't have Blade Ward from there. I need armor at a different slot. Probably changes this slot. I have such a high HP pool. I could Helmet of Grit and hang out under half. Like half of my max right now. Look at it. I don't think I get that much out of the additional bonus action right now, though. Arcane Synergy would be cool, but I need the slot to be armored. For now. Sorcerer with Quicken Spell, that helm might be nice. Which one? Helmet of Grit? Yeah, I guess. Use Spike Growth to damage multiple times the same turn. I could. That would work. Problem is, Spike Growth is a surface, so the exact thing I'm thinking of, I don't think I'd be able to leverage it that way. And I need to go either Nature Cleric 3 or Ranger 5 or Druid 3 to get access to the spell. I like where your head's at, though. Good idea. Good suggestion. It's not a problem I need to solve right now. I was thinking of damaging myself multiple times in a turn to continually get explosions off of refreshing an unstable blood surface and igniting it. But that's such a weird way of doing things that I don't need to even worry about to begin with. We have the Temple of Ball fast travel. Getting Attitude with Helsik, bringing her here, is probably something I should consider. I have the amulet already. I can open up the temple. Is that a Sage inspo by any chance? No. I guess I should go get the Helm of Baldurin. Because that is a Sage inspo. I have Sanctuary. Yeah. Let me change back to appropriate gear. Right. Let's try Rhapsody. Lightning short sword, Rhapsody. With vicious short bow, I guess. You need to kill Connor a bunch of times now. Surely I didn't forget Connor somewhere. There he is. Right, we got Scarlet Remittance fully stacked now. Guess I don't need Ring of Regeneration if I am not using the Blade Work gloves. I'll have to be careful. Callous Glow. Right, save. Cat, what are you doing? My cat is catting. He's catting quite a bit.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I'm a fish and tell me what you were doing in the house.
This not long resting habit I've gotten into is not good.
Robes will get dirty.
Wait, hang on, you're sleeping. You should...
If I really must. Got the wrong man for this.
I don't. One spike for these enemies. I'll just put it on once there is something that resists. I still did that, so. Back to soul perception. +6 is nice. It's the only damage you get hit. Lots of things. So this cloak, this clothing, my Armor of Agathis spell. If I cast Fire Shield, that too. And there are things that I can stick on each of those individual instances. Like, I can cast Hex on someone, it'll work on all of those individually. I can cast Psionic Overload, it'll work on all of those individually. I could have Callous Glow, it'll work on all of those individually. I could have Lightning Charges, same thing. If they crit me, then the extra damage from any item that has this Dollar Amaris effect, that will apply to any of the damage reports that are dice rolls, and also for some reason this, even though it's not a dice roll. Basically, we've got enemies to hit themselves for over 200 damage at once by hitting me. So that's why I have 9 AC, and I'm using Reckless Attack to give them advantage on their attack against me.
Let's chat. With ease.
Buke. They're all dead. Should have put a candle down next to me. It's okay.
Yes.
I don't think I bothered to talk to Ravengard, did I? I don't remember.
It's over. You might have unlocked my cell.
No, I didn't.
But there's no
Intimidation. It's only DC 10. We're very intimidating.
Lead me. I'll seek out my connections. Well done.
Floric has autos on a full. Yeah, using Floric to fight Worm's Rock is a cool idea. If you could access her spellbook, if you could scribe stuff on Floric, man. Like, can you? No, she can cast from scrolls though. That's still good.
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
I do want to practice.
I venture forth.
Some NPC strats like that. Temporary companions such as you know, Glut, Thaza, Lorik, Hope, Xander Tubin. You can get a lot of value out of them if you're tricky about it. Yes, Cruelty Squad, my first mission, solely assassinate security from far and closer to target rooms, full of panic civilians, security barges, and rocket launcher hand troops. Once kills everyone, including me. Eyes hurt a little, close the game. Visual pollution from a rocket launcher. I could never play a game like that. Ever. I would never. Don't question me further.
This is far enough. I can't thank you enough. You are...
Yeah, remembering to talk to Raven Guard and pass the elithid check at the coronation lets you get Floric out checklist, but it's only a DC 10 intimidation, so yeah. Pretty free either way. I should wear normal camp clothes rather than the indebted disguise, but I don't trust myself. Remember to put it back on. Next to no visual pollution in the game, looks like a physical manifestation of a headache. Oof. Did I remember I remove curse and or banish? I have removed curse. I'm gonna run with only green and common items before no razor above. No, I haven't done that.
Be poetic nonsense.
It wouldn't really be noteworthy, to be honest, because, like, look at this, for example. Lightning Jabber. This is a green item. This is one of the strongest throwables in the game. This is literally the strongest throwable you can have before Act 3. And it's still relevant there. But, like, you know, like Mark's saying, Light Cleric can do that. It's stuff like Holy Lance Helm. This is an incredibly powerful item. Green. Ironvine Shield I've used for a lot of this run. Same deal. Hellrider Longbow is the highest initiative bow in the game. It's green. And then this is all without the elephant in the room of play a monk, lol. You don't even need weapons at that point, but you could still, as a monk, just throw around green +1s to great effect. Love Lightning Jabber. Is it because of the name?
Quite a collection of art. Shame to keep them from the public eye.
The honorable judge was banished, but judgment must still be passed. Honorable judge and applied lex talionis, the principle of the sentence being proportional to the crime. You are a paragon of justice.
And yeah, on the subject of gear restricted runs, I think something like completely gearless comes down to pure RNG. I don't think that's fun. Lightning Orb. I mean, Radiating Orb. Crazy OP, also a bit boring. I mean, in my opinion, no more boring than denying yourself 90% of the game's gear. I'm gonna lose my ribbon stacks here. Favorite area location in the game? The Act 2 finale. Like, everything from entering the Shadowfell until you actually have access to Rivington. That whole section, favorite part of the game. The areas, the enemies, the story, the music. All of it. Love that.
Ready and willing.
Just in case something goes wrong.
Take the torch. I'll keep my doubts to myself.
Choice, pretty epic, yeah. So cinematic, transition back to Elite 3, loved it too. It just really feels like it's the result of all the actions you took through the game so far. It just feels epic in scope. I love it. This is actually one of the more scary fights in the game to actually fight these enemies. Because at least one person in your party is restricted weapon slot-wise. You have all of these enemies. It's a lot easier to survive them than it is to kill them all. It's a fun fight that I'm just using Sanctuary to not have to do. Any tips for Raphael armor? He keeps dropping only journal. I don't know if I was completely grove or not. Talked to Nettie and went for these Quag's knockouts, so post without giving the armor. Did you interrupt the dialogue and force him to go away? He needs to teleport away to get the armor. Because you can't get the armor until he shows up in your camp. Pre-patch either 5 or 6, you could get it in the game world, but since they made a change, you can get the XP early by knocking him out, or, you know, killing him inside of the map, but you cannot get the armor until he shows up in your camp, and you knock him out there. Came back. You're gonna have to go through exactly what you're doing then. What I usually do is I have a second party member hang back. The conversation starts with my main one. I switch control to the second one, shoot a ranged attack at Raphael, doesn't need to hit. Just at him, and he'll disappear, and he will not come back until my camp.
Forthwith.
He reappears. If he's reappearing, you're doing something wrong. If he's reappearing, then that's the issue. You need to get him to not reappear. Because they tried to stop this particular thing from being possible in an update, and they only partially fixed it. So there's some amount of safeguards in place, but not completely. So the strat's changed to get around the, like, half roadblocks.
Might as well.
misadventures to date?
Gale, tell me the answer. Gale? Gale's not telling me the answer.
There is... Are you a commander of...
Nope. Okay. Look, I played chess.
May you always crush the...
No, see, this is lore friendly. Well, yeah, like I'm not gonna stand there for longer though. That's why I had Chain Lightning Scrolls. But yeah, for future reference, I don't mind. Feel free. But yeah, this is lore friendly to the run because this is Unga Bunga Barbarian Gale that still does magic.
What?
Or the chess game. I don't know, I even play chess and I feel like it wasn't right. I've been told that there's at least one configuration that should be allowed that isn't. I think Chris mentioned that to me. Yeah, can we talk about why Barbarian had incredible taste in helmets, but like his taste in greatswords is dog shit? Barbarian's Giant Slayer is not a good item. There's definitely weapons that are worse than it, but for a +3 weapon gated behind one of the most annoying boss fights, not difficult, annoying. It's like, I would rather use the Soulbreaker Greatsword from Ithrak Therazin. Like, why is it trash? It shouldn't even be trash. It's got Titan String Bow's effect. That should make it good, but it doesn't do the thing that Titan String does with that effect, so it's like... There are people talking about how that was potentially the best weapon in the game, and those are people who don't Furycraft. Sword bugs? No, it's just not good. Everything it says it does, it does. It's just not good. Used ice in this fight, and the Emperor showed up at the end, he immediately slipped. Yeah, I've seen that. It's great. I'm debating whether I fight him right now. Only have one universal resistance. And a wave. In terms of greatswords, you get one of, if not the best one, in the Crush. Yeah. And if we're expanding the list to include Act 3 items, okay, you can get Boss's greatsword. And while that one is also overrated, it's at least better than Baldur's Giant Slayer.
Alright.
Compared to something like Rhapsody, obviously they're for different purposes, but actual top tier items are a different breed. Yeah, exactly, Cream Squirt. Like, there are items that are very good, that are much easier to obtain, that can also fill Baldur's Giant Slayer's role. Like getting Boss's Sword Act 1. It could be nice to have then, yeah.
Are they going to arrest us?
Let's rehearse this more. Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what you were doing in the house.
I'm back up to 2 inspos now. Thinking what else is on the checklist. I need to get that statue commissioned, but I need the money for that. So I think I need to sell more things. Actually playing a Beastmaster Ranger, so I'm gonna do it again this run. Let's go. Yeah, Beastmaster can get that basically for free. It's awesome. and can use it pretty effectively. If you're playing something like a Gith Beastmaster, you're really good. You don't necessarily have to be a Gith, of course. You can just disguise, lol. But
let's go.
The Gazette reckons your Gortash is the second coming of Barbarian.
Safest place in the city, too.
And extremely attractive.
playing a, I don't know what that word is. Sounds cool? It does, though. Type of giant. Ah, I see. Okay, I forgot to sell Saluda Spear. Why haven't I sold this trash? Oh, so back to the Baldur's Giant Slayer conversation. I regularly call out Saluda's Spear for just being incredibly trash for no reason in comparison to Spear of Evening. And, like, this is also better than Giant Slayer, so. Even among +3 weapons that aren't good, Baldur's Giant Slayer is worse. Prefer the feat for dual-wielding Fowler Louvre and a staff as a Storm Sorcerer or multi-class, choose an attribute feat instead. It depends. I tend to really like dual-wielder on my casters for doing things like Marco Heshker plus Rhapsody in Act 3. Then, of course, you could do Fowler Louvre Spell Sparkler. It opens up a lot of options, but it's going to depend on what you need from your build. Like, you might need, if you're not multi-classing for armor proficiencies, and you're not, say, a Gith Yankee, you might want to take the moderately armored feat to get a half ASI and medium armor proficiency and shield proficiency. A feat gives you a lot. You might need alert. You might need resilient in a particular attribute. It really depends. I would say without more information, there's no real answer to that. Gonna drag this playthrough, waiting for some gear or something. Waiting. I haven't done the Mirror of Loss yet, and I don't have nearly the consumables I would want for that fight. Like, I only have one universal resistance right now, I think, and that fight is likely to last 20 to 30 turns. Yeah, so. The plan for Answer is make him hit me until he dies. So that'll be fun, but that's probably for tomorrow. Put my vending gear on. Still kind of torn on what to get from the mirror. I do think going for +3 charisma is ideal. I could try to get the -2 dex and keep that, but I don't think I need that. Like at 9 AC. Giving enemies advantage, they're extremely unlikely to miss me. I don't need it to be lower. I guess I should go get the +2 hand crossbow from Janet the State. Some arrows I could use there too, probably some money. Fights you have left. Answer, Orin, Ortash, Hellfire Watcher, Mystic Carrion, Zaravok, Ethel. We've not done much. We've done Cazador. That's... I haven't done Lorokin yet either. We've only done Cazador as far as bosses.
Your tadpoles,
Lots of fights
naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
So Raphael this run? Yeah, we'll be doing that. Make a deal? I did make the deal, but we're gonna kill him anyway. Yeah. Back to sleep. You sleep yourself through Cazador. I tried, Velka. He just wouldn't hit me. He let me get a short rest potion off. Like, and get my spell slots back. In his face. He just didn't stop me. So we eventually whittled him down by making him hit me. But it was not, I didn't get to do the sleep and make him one-shot himself thing. He just didn't want to attack me. I don't know if Starian's Invis entering combat with Cazador still gets pulled towards the sacrifice thing. Possibly. But you can have him far enough back that he's... Just attack has cutscene skip, so Starian saves for me. That's not always true. If you do that in solo, for example, cutscene still starts. Oh yeah, I remember that video, Mustard. Wanted this money for a specific purpose. Oh yeah, getting the statue commission. Yeah, let's go do that. Yeah, I may as well take advantage of this. Yeah, I'm thinking the sleep thing, I'm more likely to try that either on Orin after I've killed all the ads, or on Saravok after I've killed all the ads. Possibly on Answer. Again, I have to kill the ads. But any of those fights, once I get it in a 1v1, I think I can go for the sleep strats there. I think if Answer does multi-attack on me in that scenario, his DR will do a lot for mitigating that, but he could probably take out like half his HP multi-attacking me once. It'll be 2 hits, they'll both crit. We know already that 48 plus 21 times 2 on Fire Shield. And then Agathis is what? 20 plus 21 times 2. Just those for cold damage per hit. And then there's also, you know, if I take damage, Flesh Melter Cloak, Bone Spike Garb. We can make him hit himself for 3-figure damage each individual time he hits me.
A little discourse.
Trito! Yes! I has lots of stuffs just for you.
I'm low on Featherfall Pots, I'll buy one. Actually thought about Potions of Gaseous Form here. Like, if I'm just gonna sit there letting people hit me, Gaseous Form isn't the worst option. Like, you can't attack, cast spells, or talk, and you drink other potions. And this isn't concentration. So what if I drank a Potion of Gaseous Form, and then a Sleep Potion? I think the cutscene with Kaz is a sheep. Sleeping Gaspin, not in the way you think.
Oh, but my wife shall be
Hey, good Gale. No longer encumbered, because now I'm poor. Yeah, I need short rest potions, sleeping potions. Oh, I could look for the ones by the guy in the sewer for testing purposes, actually. Let's, I do still want to consider respecking. I need 3 Warlock if I want to keep the combination of Hex, Hellish Rebuke, and Armor of Agathis. Unless I go 2 Warlock, take a Sorcerer level, that would feed into my normal spell progression. And if I went Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, I can pick up Armor of Agathis that way. Does that change my overall normal spell slot progression? No, I would need 1 more level. Which I guess then I could shave out a Barbarian level, and that would get me to 3rd level spellcasting with my normal spells. Not too big a deal, in all honesty. I'm trying to think if there's any notable spells I could learn that way. No. I don't think I need to worry about that. Hey, McCrackens, how are you? If I'm not really benefiting too much from the Barbarian stuff, I could scale that all the way back to 3. I have fewer rage charges that way. I could then crank the Warlock levels. Still have extra attack with Blade Pact. Get access to, like, Hadar, I guess. That's a huge deal, though. Doesn't really benefit me much. I'll keep thinking. There's lots of ways lots of directions I could take this setup, you know? Yeah, sewers. I want to go get the sleep potions. And now I need to research if there's any renewable sources of sleep potions, and if not, the locations of every sleep potion in the game. The number of sleep potions and their locations. That's a very deep cut. Anyone gets that reference? I appreciate you.
that way.
Yes, of course.
Oh, here we go. It's over to Cazador's area. Farther that way. I guess I could go to the bank for more money. Ballast I can fight in there. But dagger throws will be annoying. Maybe that's a fight where I use the trident again.
No honor among snakes.
No, there's one. The others are empty. Oh, still lets me test. Save. In case this like permanently fucks my save or something, I'm going to make a save backup because I've had some weird shit happen with stacking like mode changes. Like if you wild shape return into the Slayer and then use a seeming scroll, the game is very confused. Gaseous form. That works. But while you're in gaseous form, you have resistance to all damage. Advantage on Constitution, Dexterity, and Strength saving throws. It appears I still have my gear equipped. Do I actually? You could punch in gaseous form. Do monk unarmed features work while you're in gaseous form? New run idea just dropped. The fart monk, yeah. You could be Bartlak. Bartlak, pop a soul coin, turn into gaseous form, monk levels, just punch things. You're technically polymorphed. These stats change. You'd want, what, a Cloud Giant elixir? So that your strength stays high? Step of the Wind, I mean, technically. You could fly around, too. Yo, why is this actually good? And if you do this through the potion, you're not concentrating on anything, so you could be concentrating on something else before you do it. And have advantage to keep that concentration from the gaseous form itself. Level 3 spell usually? I think so. Do I have any scrolls of it? I don't think I do. I want to say it's level 3 spell. Yeah, your extra attack still applies in this form too. Oh no. Hey, you look like a scrying eye in the inventory menu. That's very interesting. Need more gaseous form potions now. Why does Zareth have any? Truly a ball of gas. Hit a target with your fist. I mean, have you ever had gas so bad it caused physical damage? Because I have.
Let us confer.
We've even... Anyway, we can knock and take your pick.
Remarkable point. Just like damage. Really? No acid, no poison. Acid damage. Nice one. That funnier than I should. Yeah, we might have cooked too much. The final form of this build might be whenever I want Elixir of Universal Resistance level bulk, I just gaseous form. It's also, like, it has less HP than I do. It has 135, and I have 171 because I'm big HP lad. But if I'm, like, injured, get my current HP right now, actually, because it went down. Wonder... So that's my HP without the Amulet of Greater Health on. Maybe I keep... Do you keep your Constitution? So it was going off of my 16 con. Possibly. More things to look into. Yeah, definitely more things to look into. Check the other alchemy vendor here. I wish bolstering magic was less fucked up thing. Having warlock and non-warlock levels really confuses it. And I think that's a shame. More fucked up, you say? Let's go to the House of the Hack Survivors. Air shield. It's a long flight path, yeah.
Helm is on our side. Have faith.
There! I see the doll!
Grab it now!
You treacherous bastard! I'll kill you myself.
That's time for me to have to go on Beatty Kasora.
Oh, please! Not again!
You're with the hag! How could you?
for big damage here. So Psionic Overload would be a lot. Applying Wet would be more. Here's what I'll do. I forgot water again. I can't apply Wet. Need to go to the water vendor. Or grab some from camp. Can't keep forgetting that. Okay, then we'll just sign up with attacks. Still 9 AC. Unless you roll horribly. Hey, will Kled use his legendary action to give me action soon? No? Okay. Thanks, Kled.
Up for debate?
Blast it all. A way to burn their bone. There's a
Counterspell stuff. That could be fun, actually. When I'm doing the Shillelagh Ironvine mode. Need to get my Alchemy Master Shadowheart. Bone Spike Gloves will give me the ability to deal with Steel Washers effectively. I'll still want them to melee me. So I guess there's a pretty good argument for me running a Trident there too. Like, the more we cook, the more I'm thinking that Fighter is probably the play for this build over Barb. At least at high levels. Because Reckless Attack helped a lot early. Especially for some situations where I had to have decent AC. Having Rare Battlemaster W. Having Disarming Strike could be nice. Disarming Attack. Oh, Raphael Act 1, you get his XP twice? No. Only once. And you don't kill him in Act 1. You knock him out. Raphael is one of the very few NPCs that you cannot kill before Act 3. Can't do it. Even Mizora isn't that immune. Raphael is more immune than Withers as well. Kill Withers? Yep. It doesn't help you in any way, but yep. Unless they fix that in patch 6, but... You're not supposed to be able to. And it's not something the game accounts for at all. It's just, breaking the game. Same thing with Mizora. You are not supposed to be able to kill Mizora. But you can. Sorry, I'm quiet right now. I'm thonking. It's definitely been a big thonk kind of day. We've had so many interesting discoveries. Guess I don't need the Psionic Detector anymore, but it doesn't have any weight, so whatever. Now that I'm primarily casting from free cast and scrolls, I suppose I don't need to keep Flame Enameled Armor or Absolute's Protector or the Infernal Robe on me. Let him Jahira. That makes some room. Okay, cool. I could fight the red caps. So, Ironbound Pursuit. Would you pay the price? Because I wanted the other thing you get by doing that? Let me ask you this, why shouldn't I have it?
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
How many blight scrolls do I have? 3. Okay, that's manageable. I don't want the Scorching Ray scroll, to be honest. That could be pretty useful. Greater Invis... I have 1. I'm still at this for now. Where do you get it from? Letting Ethel gouge out my eye. Isn't it just negative? Well, if you quickly read it, no. But you also get this one-time use item, which is very good. Pros and cons. But even without that, there's some cases where having the intimidation bonus is nice, and perception is not that important in this game. There's a couple that are nice to hit, but because of a quirk with the game where almost every perception door... Do you use that item? On my Jack of all trades, I had it active for 90% of Act 3. I will probably pop it after my next long rest. Game's difficult to use. If you're spamming long rests all the time, sure. But if you're not, it's incredibly impactful. Like, I have not long rested in Act 3 yet on this character. That's like 10 hours of gameplay. I don't need to long rest right now either, but if you're not playing in a way where you need to long rest constantly, a once per run until long rest buff is incredibly powerful. One of the more popular challenge running rule sets right now is no long rests at all. So Auntie Ethel's Charm is great on a run like that. Store reasons long rests. What about those? Can you name some? Get forced into those? No, you don't. Act 1 and 2 have lots? No, they don't. You get 1 forced long rest, leaving Act 1, if you did not long rest manually, or if you set up the Raphael exploit. If you rested manually and didn't set up the Raphael exploit, you don't get a forced long rest. There are no forced long rests in the Mountain Pass. There are 2 that are connected to Lae'zel if you do specific things. But those can be bypassed when you move to Mountain Pass. That one can be bypassed. The first long rest forced one that you cannot avoid in any way is when moving from Act 2 to Act 3. But outside of that one, and then the one when going to the end of the game, which is a fake one, it's not even a real one, those are the only forced ones. Every other one that you're talking about can be skipped. And since I'm already in Act 3, which is after the transition from Act 2 to Act 3, also we'll final battle, and the final battle is a pushover. You don't need the buff for there. You know how many things you have to do combat-wise after getting on the boat to go to the final battle as Gale? 0. You literally don't have to do any combat if you don't want to. 0 combats. Everyone else has to do 1 combat, but you only have to fight 1 enemy in that 1 combat. So, like, okay. Like, where's the problem? Like Say was telling you, challenge runs and heavily theory-crafted runs are very different from casual playthroughs. A lot of restrictions that you will imagine are there on a casual run do not exist. Clever game design got you to imagine that those things exist. They don't. You don't long rest, you also don't get your lit powers in Act 1. So, I'm gonna repeat myself. The forced long rest, leaving the wilderness map, going into the mountain pass, only happens under 2 conditions. 1, you never had the conversation with your Dream Guardian that unlocks tadpole powers. Or 2, you set up the Raphael exploit. If you already had the conversation with your Dream Guardian, and you did not beat the shit out of Raphael, or if you did not interrupt Raphael, you do not get a long rest there. It doesn't happen. Normal runs you would want to, and you can get that conversation by long resting 30 seconds after getting off of the Nautiloid. You can just click partial rest with no camp supplies and make it happen. It'll just take like 2 if you've not progressed far. Pick up Minthara, Shadowcrest lands, and unlocks the Illithid tree regardless. Doesn't becoming half a Illithid also forcibly unlock it? Without long resting? If you're doing no rest run at all, you usually just give up on or ban Illithid powers as well. Yeah, that's very true. For those run rule sets. Negative Illithid powers, you eat tadpoles. Well, you don't eat them, but you acquire tadpoles. There's something like 50 tadpoles total in the game in one playthrough. So enough to max out 2 characters and then have a couple left over. But if you're talking getting access to the powers for the first time, yeah, you can get that done in like 5 minutes after the Nautiloid. Do not need to do any combats. I'm trying to think if I want to continue or if this is an organic stopping point. So conversation is a good backdrop. Only rested really once. I've gotten into this bad habit of resting less than I should be. Like, I haven't long rested in Act 3 at all. Not because I get any particular benefit from that, it's just I haven't been doing it. I haven't even partial rested at all. None. I did more in Act 2, but still not many. I just like maximizing my resources. It's just kind of fun. Do it for plot. That's fair. There's not that many things tied to that. More like romance things, I guess. Most runs these days only from long rest if I'm trying to advance a romance or something. Yeah, yeah. And non-woven fabric. How are you? Dirge. I guess that Stalker's Mantle you would want to rest for. But again, that's something that you can set up very easily, very early. We actually have a specific route for that that Trade figured out and that I now use for my Dirge runs as well. Where if you know what puts what event in the queue for long rests, you can set up Deathstalker's Mantle again within like 2 minutes of getting off the Nautiloid. Hey, Narclus. You're well? I'm doing pretty okay. How are you? Good to see you. For all the companions so it got pushed down. Yeah, that'll do that. That'll do that. And a giant crumpet, so I'm doing bloody fantastic. Sounds good. Pretty sure I gave Alfira permanent brain damage to a duo with my friend as Origin Carlex. Goddamn, so that's scuff up the whole long rest. Oh, yeah, because Origin Carlac being there means that Will is a force. Like, Will is going to be a rest event if a player is controlling Carlac. And then Will have a long rest event connected to him if you don't kill him when he shows up. Yeah. Yeah. That definitely messes it up a lot. Simply kill Will. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. That will do it. Not will. Curious, I want to attempt to solo honor myself. Any downsides to long resting? If you're particularly spammy with your long rests, eventually you could run into camp supplies being a problem. Now, that takes a while. There's a lot of camp supplies readily available, but eventually it could become a problem. But the big thing is limited use buffs. So, for example, you only get Bliss Spores one time. So, if you get Bliss Spores, you want to make sure you do as much content or as much difficult content while you have it active. Elixirs, that's a good example. Yeah, your elixirs wear off and they can be expensive to replace. That's a very good thing to bring up. Depending on your origin, there can be certain things that you don't want to happen that happen as a result of long resting, and also depending on who's in your camp. For example, if you progress far enough and you have both Lae'zel and Shadowheart, they will eventually come into conflict. Or if you are Shadowheart and have Lae'zel, that can still happen too. If you're Dark Urge, there's some stuff like that that can cause problems if you don't play things well. One-time buffs, I just expect not to keep for long. If you ever get into challenge running, that's something that's going to change. Maximizing those long rest buffs is a huge power increase, and keeping them for as long as possible. And live without those limited buffs or stack them all for Merkle fight, for example, by routing. Yeah, stacking them for Merkle is a big example. Merkle is a roadblock for a lot of builds, and for honor mode players, Merkle is one of the most preparation forcing fights. He's not difficult, but you do need a strategy or a lot of brute force. So having those buffs can help you execute your strategy more consistently. Merkle can easily be the hardest solo honor fight if you raw dog it. Yeah, if you go into Merkle or Orin with no preparation, they can kill you very easily. Like, if you go into Merkle, let's say you don't have necrotic resistance, and he casts Finger of Death, he could just one-shot you. Very cleanly. Because Finger of Death before dice rolls is what, 30 necrotic damage? 3-0? So if you don't have resistance, bye. Assassin Gloomstalkers are great for not long resting. If you're mid-combat, decided to do Swords Bard, out-of-combat uses. Need to long rest at least a little. Those are pretty sustainable classes, as you said. The entirety of Act 1 and 2 is preparation for Merkle. It serves no other purpose in a challenge run. Finger of Death is 30 to 70. 7th level spell, Merkle doesn't have a shit heap. Spells DC, so it can hurt. Yeah. Gaze and Call are up to 35. And Gaze and Call can be completely negated as a threat with prep. say, okay, does some level 1 stuff. And that's exactly where that's necessary. Because if you go in with necrotic resistance, good saving throws, and a good amount of effective HP, or even better, something that gives you back some effective HP each turn, you can make it so the net HP loss you took from eating Gaze and Call in one turn is as low as 0. Making it so the Merkle really can't damage you every turn as long as you're not letting Finger of Death happen. You will just break even or net positive, even without having to use things like healing potions. You take Bliss Spores to Merkle? I do. There's a lot of people who instead choose to take Bliss Spores early and use it on as many combats as possible, because if you have a solid Merkle plan where you maybe don't need to have the best rolls, then you don't need it there. But I personally take Bliss Spores to Merkle. I take Bliss Spores, Morning Lord's Radiance, and the Char buffs, the +5s. I take all of those to Merkle. Some people use it for Zathis and Thorms, yeah, that's true. And in runs where you don't long rest at all, a popular strategy is to get any of those forced long rests out of the way, like the one entering the mountain pass, for example. And if you have Lae'zel, any of the Lae'zel associated ones, get those out of the way, and then you grab Bliss Spores, Morning Lord's Radiance, and the Char buffs, and then you could have that for all of the combats left after in Act 1 and 2. Down to your priorities, what you're afraid of more and what less. Yeah, the common thread with all these approaches is that knowing when you want to use it is important. There isn't a bad time as long as you are not fully wasting it. So if there's a fight you really want that extra bit of consistency for, yeah, grab that one-time buff. But that discourages long rest spamming, because you want to make sure you have it for when you need it. There's one more fight I want to do. Can you get Morning Lord's Radiance just always? There used to be a bug where you could keep it indefinitely by putting a companion in your party and then dismissing them, but that was patched several months ago. If there's another method, I don't know of it. There might be, I just don't know it. Doing the puzzle gives it again. Not to my knowledge, but again, that could be something I just don't know. That's the beauty of this game. Even people who put a lot of hours in sometimes just don't know things.
Something over there.
Nobody knows everything, especially about this game. Wiki states that. Take with grain of salt, always personally verify. The BG3 wiki is better than most wikis, but like any resource, it is not infallible. Again, not saying that it's not true, just saying I've never verified that. So I don't know. There's not many brine barrels in the game. I could maybe think of a niche use for them. Used to be a thing, didn't test the sense downside for Gauntlet of Shar anyways. Yeah, if you were going into Gauntlet of Shar with Morning Lord's Radiance on, you're heavily restricted in what you can use in the fights against any of the reanimate Justiciars. So then put you in a position where you want a long rest to clear it. 3 hours in the game, never bothered finding out where the inspo counter was. Yeah, that could be a good example. Never learned Scorching Ray. Now I want another Scorching Ray scroll. Once the crossbow off and attack with Gale and Gauntlet of Shards, because I had bonus action, broke concentration of my Wall of Fire. Those things can get you. Definitely something to be aware of. Yeah, I want to clear out the ballists that are down there.
Such a long way down.
On the wiki, the condition cannot be regained by solving the puzzle again. Added in October last year, the note is out of date. There we go. Thank you, Mia. Oh, any unstoppable? You... you're just an archer, I don't care about you. Okay, yeah, this will be pretty free then. Light. Surprise round. I forgot to short rest to get sign overload back. That's fine. We're gonna reapply a hex here. Nice crit. Do I have a spike ball? No, that's okay. We're gonna be extra stylish here, because I've been enjoying this unstable blood tech. Radiant retort, such a tough thing is you accidentally hit radiant damage, take 4 times the amount. Two things. One, don't accidentally do radiant damage. Two, there are not that many enemies in the game that have radiant retort, so it's easy to keep track of when you should never use radiant damage at all, and when you should. For example, in the Gauntlet of Shar, just don't use radiant damage against any of your animated Justiciars at all, and you're good. You're good. So not in the library fight, not in any of the portal spam fights, then you're good. In terms of Act 3, the only enemies that have radiant retort are the guards outside the underground of the House of Grief and Viconia herself. None of the other Sharans in the big fight that matters have it. And yeah, what Say said is absolutely possible. You can just say, hey, I'm going to use Radiant anyway on one person, and then find a way to either be immune to that retort or revive that person afterwards. Because all of the enemies that have Radiant retort before Act 3 also have Radiant vulnerability. House of Hope, kinda. It's a different feature. The House of Hope one is far less punishing, but it's still, like Crypto said, you don't want to play Pure Class Paladin at level 11 or higher there because, well, one, you'd be playing a Pure Class Paladin, and that's already shit. But two, you can't turn off Improved Divine Smite. So, it's like, oh, well, I'm gonna make a melee attack and just take damage. Cool. Use Hope's Divine Intervention, she's at 1 HP. Yeah, that's a good strat. Hope, if she's gonna die, use it there. Some people use Globe of Invuln so that she doesn't take any of the backlash damage from it. You could use Survival Instinct on her. Death Ward. Those are all options. How many of you have Sentinel? You do. You don't. You don't. You're kind of out of range. Not worried about you. Get rid of your unstoppable. Explosion, Hellish Rebuke. We'll expect to eat a stunning gaze here. That's fine. Like that story of Solar runs, thought the exact that brought holy water to go on a chariot. I love that clip. Do you still have it? That's one of my favorite clips. Because it is, in a vacuum, a really good play. I forgot water again. So now you can tell I'm tired of forgetting important things. Let's open that break concentration. Nice. And none of you saved. Again? Really? Already burning. Yeah, Blue Streamer isn't just immune to the effects of tiredness. Skill issue. Had a co-op partner one-shot himself by activating Spirit Guardians against the Justiciars. Sounds right. Yep. In fact, they're even vulnerable to that specific damage. It's a clever trap. Especially if you've been fighting, like, shadows in the Shadow Curse lands. And radiant damage works really well there, and you have your build set up around that. Well, it's a forceful reminder to read enemy features. Oh, there's the clip. I love that one. Thank you. Bro is getting DC 10'd a lot. Forgot to put a candle down in my blood. Okay. Yeah. Isn't that one great? And this goes back to the conversation from earlier in the stream. I like resetting in honor mode. That's gonna sound like a weird take, but doing something like that, losing a run to something like that, means you will never do it again. You don't forget that kind of thing. There was a rough week, this was what, last week before, where both Say and Mark lost runs at the Brain. Final boss. So now, having seen what happened with their runs, I handle the brand entirely differently. There's buffs that I didn't consider that now I do, because it moved up the list in terms of things that I take seriously. Even on setups where I do not intend for the brand to get the opportunity to mind break me, I now prioritize making it so it cannot mind break me. And that's a DC 25 intelligence save. So think of the amount of preparation you need to do to auto-succeed a DC 25. It's a lot. It's a commitment, but it's something I'm willing to do because I don't want to lose runs there. The torch stalk on the ledge to wall, that's another good one. Losing runs to hold person. I never leave home without Ring of Free Action, unless you are playing this stupid build. My mentality on challenge runs is that every failed mistake is a new way to learn. 100% agree. Let me watch this. Oh, yeah, the Blood of Lathander traps. Nasty business. Yeah, that's crazy. They stealth buffed those. You know this, but like, they stealth buffed those for anyone who might not know. This was a while ago, but those traps used to just push you. No damage, nothing. They just pushed you. In an unlisted change, they added damage to them so that they would try to break your concentration. So that things like Boots of Striding would not save you anymore. Recognize the scenario, was clicking at super speed to avoid that. Oh no. Now there will be fewer enemies when it's time to get them in. Cool thing about retaliation builds is that they will non-lethal. Like, I could turn on non-lethal right now, and Mince could hit himself for 200 damage off of my Fire Shield and Armor of Agathis, and he would just get knocked out. As long as I didn't have, like, lightning charges. Let's get my ultimate potion and make the hack spin, and then that'll be it for today. Yeah, sorry, I've been sitting here yapping for a while. But chill stream, you know? Sometimes I just like talking with you guys. One of the worst ways I saw was the guide speed pot on, dropped haste spores, getting haste spores removed speed pot condition, made lethargic at the brain and lost. Yeah, I don't use haste effects at the brain just because I do not have the confidence in my ability to manage lethargic in that fight. Especially in honor mode, because Mind Broken, removing your speed pot, will also make you lethargic. So I don't use haste effects there. Because it's just not something I want to deal with. Mind Broken getting you through Sanctuary is such bullshit. I mean, it's an AoE. Sanctuary doesn't make you immune to everything. It makes you, untargetable. Brain's not targeting you with Mind Broken, it's just hitting the whole field. Oh, sorry, Mind Sanctuary. Right, I see. Yeah. I understand what you mean. Yeah, that's my bad. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point. I will find someone to raid. One nearly got me once because I didn't realize that happened. Yeah, it's a tough thing. The lethargic, or the slow and haste conditions being counter to each other is an honor mode specific change. So, yeah, that's even relatively recent. But yeah, thanks so much everyone for being here. Very fun stream today. Thank you for all the love, all the support. We're gonna find someone else playing BG3 to raid. Flint is on. Let's raid Flint. Probably 2, maybe 1, depending on how much progress I make more stream for this playthrough. For anyone who has not been here at the end of a run, I usually let you guys vote on what the next run is going to be, and I have a few runs that I want to do, so you'll have some options. You can use channel points to influence the vote. It gives people who watch more a way to have more power in the vote. The ideas that I'm kicking around, I want to do a Moon Druid run. I also want to, just as a proof of concept, hit level 12 before Act 3, just to show it can be done. And I also want to start routing and practicing level 1 Warlock solo honor. Those are the main ones, but there's also a monk playthrough I want to do. I have a lot more ideas too. This run's so fun. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's so cool just having the low AC stuff. Toxic Monk's still on the table. Toxic Monk is still on the table. Yeah. Monk is capable of, over 1,000 damage per round by punching things in the face, and I wanna do that. That's on the infinite run list. But yeah, I'll stop yapping. Flint is great people, great vibes. Another challenge runner. He's doing a duo with 2 druids, duo honor. So give him lots of love. Follow, hang out. I'll be over there lurking after I get my food. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.